Hello, good morning everyone. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. We are
So are
able
you
to
able
hear
to
you.
see the
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah. Are you able to see the PPT, ma?
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Okay. So we have preponed the class now. It will be okay. Instead of 11, it will be 10 to 11 class we have.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Right, shall we start the class?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So yesterday we were seeing stress management, right? Any doubts in that? Any doubts in stress management? Anyone?
No, ma'am. No.
Okay. Okay. So we continue with the next one, right?
Yes.
Right. See, before finishing of the stress management, there is a joke I have given there. If you see, it's not a joke actually, it's a fun part of organization. You know why I'm sure the sales chart will be great? Because this is a morale chart. The chart with the upside dive is morale chart. What he is saying? Because the morale is high, the sales also would be high, right? Because particularly why they have given sales for this department, sales department and production department, like this line departments are to be kept under check, with the morale. Otherwise, the productivity of the company, the line will be affected. That is why. See, sales people has to be having that morale. If the sales people is not having that zeal, marketing will not happen. So what he says, the morale is high in the department, obviously sales will be high. So when the stress is managed properly in any department, obviously motivation and morale will be on the higher side. It is vice versa. If it goes down, stress will go high, right? So it is like that, right? So related to that, we come to the next topic called quality of work life, right? What is this quality of work life? Anyone? What is work life? Morning first start, so I would like answers from your side. What you mean by work life? What it means to you? What do you hear from those words?
Work life means, ma'am, that is an work life balance. Like people will get enough
No,
work.
I'm not asking work life balance. I'm asking you about work life. What is work life? What is life? Can you say it is your personal life? Right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. There are 44 people. I would like somebody else also, because this is like, this involves us. This is about us. All of us are living, all of us have a life, all of us are working. So I would like all of your inputs to that, so that it will be easily understandable by you. You will not forget what the concept is. If you are investing your opinions into that, as I told you, that will get extreme in your mind. You will not forget that easily. When you voice out something, your voice, your thoughts gets into words, as I told you, it will be better to reinforce it in your mind. So come out with some ideas. Even if it is wrong, doesn't matter, right? So all of us have this personal life, right? And to lead the personal life, we need money. We need to earn, to eat, and to live. Am I right? So that is why all
Ma'am.
of us work. Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other purpose for working? Can it be there? Any other purpose for work? Why do you work? Why we have to work?
To get the good experience,
Why you need good experience?
to earn and to get the position in the future.
Why you want a good position in future?
To be a responsible member in the society.
Why you want to be a responsible member in the society?
To earn, ma'am. To earn and support family.
Yeah, that is a basic idea. See, all these things comes from yesterday
To
only we
get
saw
to get
motivation, right?
fame actually. To be famous somehow.
Yes, but all these things comes only when you are able to satisfy the basic needs. Yesterday we saw that in the Maslow's theory, right? The basic idea why we have to go out, do something. Like, see, our ancestors, you have to hunt something. What is that? Hunting is the work, but why they have to go hunt? To eat. The basic idea is we have to live. To live, we need basic amenities. To get that, you have to get up, go to work, get some money or get something so that you can move on with your life, live your life, right? See, many of us have forgot that basic itself. What you are saying, I want a good position, I want promotion, I want fame, I want popularity. What for all this roots out from? What is the root for that? You have to work for your living. Do you get my point? Based on that route
Yes,
only
ma'am.
all these branches are arriving at, right? Okay, so now answer my question. When you start work, how do you live actually? Can you tell me how do you live from your childhood, right? Think and tell me. If many of you are from Tamil Nadu, you would have heard about one superstar Rajnikant song about dividing the life into 8. That is a clue. You tell me how you live from the childhood. What is your life from the childhood? You think and tell me. See, maybe you are in 30s, 20s, all these 20, 30 years. What have you done? Anyone? Anyone? What have you done in your 20 years of life? Priya, Hemalini, Joita, Madan Annamalai, Jijo. I know all of you by name now. All of you are responding to that. That's why I'm asking the question.
Until 25, we are studying, enjoying life. After 25, we are
Slowly, one by one. Till 20, you were studying.
studying. Okay, so we don't have any responsibility.
Very good.
So
What
after
else you did apart from studying?
apart from
Nothing.
nothing, don't have
Right.
any responsibility.
Very good. That is the exact answer. So, let us take till 20. Our education system is like that. Till 20, we did nothing except studying. Right? What was the studying? See, you have invested 20 years of your life. You have invested 20 years to studying. What was the purpose? What have you got? What is the benefit of that? What have you got? Jijo Matthew.
You've got a qualification that allows you to enter the workforce as
Very good.
an employee.
Exactly. Very good. Thank you, Jijo. You got the qualification and you told me the next answer which I was about as a question. Qualification to enter into the workforce. Right? Very good. Why you have to invest 20 years, get a qualification and enter into the workforce?
So that
So
the
that,
work life that you have invested 20 years in the
yes,
making is as comfortable as possible so that you have a
remaining.
good life.
Very good. Exactly. Thank you, Jijo. So 20 years is an investment. You earn a degree, you are qualified, you enter into the workforce so that you can live the remaining life according to your wish, whatever you want. Am I right? So we are making like a foundation so that we can earn for the rest of the life, right? To live for the rest of the life. Okay, leave this 20 years. Because these 20 years, you know, a lot of years gone in adolescence and you don't have responsibility, you cannot decide. Somebody else were taking care of us. So leave that. So let us say your prime life, your life in your hand, you have the control of your life from 20 years of life. Can we say that? Why I think you are eligible to vote, you can decide who should rule the country. So you can decide very well that how you should live your life. So let us take your prime life starts from 20. You want to earn so that you can live the life peacefully afterwards. How long we work like this? What is the next investment we do? How many years? From 20 to
62 years.
60.
60?
Near about 60.
Very good. Right. So 40 years. Right? We work. Right? Are you able to follow me?
Yes.
Let's split it down still. In these 40 years of my prime life, okay, that is my prime life. After 60, you don't call it as prime, okay, because you are old, you have the ailments and you cannot live when you are in 30. You are, see, you peak out in 30, 40s, starting from 20. 40 would be the peaking, like you have the experience of world, you have money in hand, you have the vigor in your physique, you can do whatever you want, right? Your peak. So 60, you are losing it. So your prime time, 20 to 60, 40 years of life. In that 40 years of prime life, you live. But what is the prime time of those 40 years? Say, for example, per day, morning we wake up. So 7 o'clock, let us say, because 6 to 7, let us not take as a prime time. So 7 o'clock, you gain strength. So from 7 to evening, 6 or 7, 12 hours, we have that josh, right? We can work, we can run, we can laugh, we can eat. So the 12 hours is our prime time of every day of these 40 years. Where do we spend?
At work.
At workplace, right? So the remaining 12 hours, 8 hours we sleep, 4 hours, 2 hours you eat, 1 hour you take bath and all, 1 hour maybe for watching TV, gone. 24 hours is sold out, right? So for the prime life of your 40 years, where do we spend the prime time? At our workplace. This is the minimum I am saying. There are many industries where even more time is spent upon. Are you able to get my point? So we say about work-life balance, right? What is that work-life balance? Balancing your work and your personal life. But unfortunately, there is no time to balance the personal life. When you weigh that, what happens? There is no time for your personal life. So what do we think? Again, we think it as an investment. Okay, let me work hard till 40. I'll get a promotion. I'll become some executive or CEO or a general manager. After that, I can be a little bit free. But it becomes ulta. What happens? After 40, your responsibility increases. Some of us become workaholics and some of us become so invested in the work life that because you missed a lot of personal life, so it becomes a place you devoted to. When you realize that work-life balance is not properly done, it becomes late. 60 years you get retired and you don't know what to do with whatever you have earned or whatever you wanted to do in your youth, because now many of the things are not possible for you to do. Are you able to follow? So this work-life balance is the previous concept. We teach the people in organization, we teach the employees that you work for your life. Your life is not for the work. That should be deeply inscribed in us. We work for us, for the family. If the work comes between that, you are not able to go visit your important day of your son's birthday or anything like that. If you are not able to attend to the very important things of your life, then you have to think, are you balancing your work and life properly? Because often in the race, what do? We forget what is the purpose of going to work. The purpose of going to work is to live, right? But this concept is old. It is, it has been successfully rejected, right? Because we take that 12 hours, a lot of commutations are not taken, traffics are not taken, additional works, compensatory works or over works, a lot of things comes in between. So this work-life balance is a very distant dream for many of us. It is not able to be carried out properly. So this new concept has come, right? What is it called? Quality of work-life. So it is clear now that, do you understand that we spend most of our time in the workplace? So what do? We call it as your work life because you are living there, right? Prime time you are spending there. So let it be the work life. Like a personal life, you have a work life, right? So what do we say? At least let us try to make the work life qualitative, because we are spending most of the time there. Let us live there. Let the life be qualitative there. Of course, we are seeing 40 years into 12 hours per day into 365 days. You calculate and see, you will be shocked to see how much time we are spending at the workplace. So that is our main life now, right? So we try to make it a qualitative one. That is what QWL is all about. So in the organization, if you are able to make the employee's life a qualitative one, that organization is devoted to QWL, right? Are you able to follow the points? So how you are able to satisfy the personal needs, the experience and the life experience of the employees in the organization is important, right? So how we do this? How can we do this? You tell me, then we will see the slide. You just, with your opinion, you tell me. All of you are working, right? So you just give it a thought. How much we spend time? How is your work life? How is your life? You spend the time in your workplace. Is it happy, satisfying, or boring, or you are getting angry? You think about what are all the things you are passing through. How is your environment in the workplace? Is it ventilated, highly ventilated? Do you get fresh air? Is the food available is good? Are you be with good people around you? Are you having dependable, trustworthy people? Are you happy with them? Just think and tell me, if that is going to be your work life, how can you make it qualitative to your subordinates and yourself? Or how you expect your superior to make it qualitative for you? Anything, whatever comes to your mind, you can tell me.
Workplace to be well organized so that it's a fluid system. There should not be any hiccups from the start to the end point. So basically, if you're working from home, the internet connection should be fast, should be stable. You need to have a good, well-lit room so that you have sunlight or you don't feel strained when you're working, and the
So many of you are
workplace.
working from home, right?
Yes.
Yeah, pandemic has given a quality work life, I think now,
Yeah.
right?
And your desk area, which is your main work office, needs to be well organized so that everything is exactly where you need it. You don't need to get up and go searching.
Very good. Right. So I think we have been blessed with this quality of work life during the pandemic, right? Because many of us got to work from home. So I think a little bit of personal life also has been improved like that. Very good. Right. Okay. Then anything else? Those who are going to office, really in the workspace. Anybody else? In the workplace, how you want.
Some companies have now started doing 4-day work weeks so that they can better accommodate work-life balance.
Very good. Very good. Many European companies have started that 4 days work week, right? Previously also, how they did that, it was actually we call it as evolution, flexible timings, flexi time. How they do, if it is 5 days work, you can, that 8 hours on that fifth day, you can split 2 hours into this 4 days. Every day you work 2 more hours, so that you are completing that fifth day's 8 hours work in the 4 days. So you can take 3 days off. This was a concept that was introduced in the Western countries in Europe, and it was successful. Many people have started taking like this, and they will start working like this and have a month vacation also. The 2 hours they will contribute every day, so that they can accumulate a lot of days and take for a vacation, right? So this is work-life balance. I should say that Europeans are far more evolved in than us, like actually, and we are better than Japan. Japan is very worse, but you like countries, developed countries are a little bit aware about that work-life balance. How they should give time for the personal life also. Very good. So you can see here that factors contributing to QWL, what it could be. Adequate and fair compensation. That is the first thing. When you want the workplace not to be stressful, I should think that I am fairly compensated because I am sacrificing my life here, right? So I need to know that I have the equity. Adams, you remember that motivation theory, Adams equity. So that is what exactly that will give, what do you say, a peaceful mindfulness in the organization. Like I can feel that it is worthy spending my time here. Safe and healthy working condition. When in some industries where hazardous emissions or acids are used or chemicals are used or any machines that could be hazardous, in those places give the peace of mind that the place is safe and it is healthy to work. Imagine if continuously fumes are emitted in a factory and you have to sit there and work. How horrible it would be. Is it work life qualitative? No. I know one industry where iron in the steel industries, where the silica will be, small parts of silica is spread all over, even though they are given with gloves, glasses, full, that silica will be spreading on all the cars, bikes, everywhere. So after coming out of the factory, you open your gloves and touch the bike, the moment silica gets into your skin, and slowly it goes into the lungs also. Silica is like minute glasses, it is damn sure that those people will get lungs issue after some few years of life. Is it a qualitative workplace? No. This is, I'm talking about a high level industry where steel is taken out. There are industries where we have saw that informal organization, informal sector, unorganized sector, if you remember, where there is no companies are registered or we don't have the muster roll for the employees. Those kind of industries are so worse that I know few industries where these termite treatments, if the boys, those who are using the termites, they are little bit, they are opening their mask, blood will ooze out of the nose. Even in coconut drying industries, coconut oil industries, to make the coconut dry faster, they use sulfur. So those people, those workers working in the coconut area to extract the coconut oil, to get the coconut dried up, they also bleed through the nose because of the inhalation of sulfur. There are so many hazardous conditions like this, and people work there for years together, right? So is it a qualitative workplace? No. So make it, this health working condition is a important factor in any workplace. I think in the next unit, if there is a possibility, we will see a little bit, explain about the safety of the workplace. And then give opportunity to develop the human capacities. We say that as core competencies. Every person has a core competency, right? That core competency need not be the one you are working with. That is a unfortunate condition in many of the employees, because in countries like India, we study what is available. We don't study what we want. And education decides our career, right? So what happens? Engineering is forced on many because engineering seats are available. One who wants to study accounts becomes seats are not available, right? So it depends on what is available. So you do the career on what is available to you on the educational level. So what happens? You may never come to face with your core competency. You never know that what you are competent enough of. But every human is given with one core competency, right? We are good in something. That is why, personally, I never that HSC or the college marks, because those SSLC or HSC, whatever we have education system are based on few subjects. It doesn't judge you, weigh you with all the competencies. It is basically on memory capacity, logical reasoning and mathematical abilities. That's all. There might be few skills beyond that, like sports, like arts. They are bigger branches. There are so many smaller branches, which we never know that because we have never encountered those skills, encountered those things are existing in the world, right? So this is what we call as core competency, something which is inside, which we are very good at. Until that is kindled by someone or something, you come to know that you own that, it will never come out. This is the, I would say unfortunate condition of many of us. We work because we studied for that. We studied because that was available for that. See, put it back, it will be very pathetic. So at least in the workplace, what we can do, if you want to make it as a qualitative one, you can use opportunities to develop the human capacities. Think about what the human are able to do, what they are of possibility, what they can do, right? So to develop the human capacities, bring out more opportunities, give more challenges. Sorry for that. Right. Next one, opportunity for career growth. See, no one likes to be at one place. As we have seen, we are going to work for 40 years, right? Minimum. So we need to have a career ladder, a career map. We call it career avenue. Where you want to go, how you can go, what would be the stops, what are the promotional avenues you have, right? Social integration in the workforce. Previously, some 20 years, 30 years ago, 2-3 decades ago, it is like a sin that you should not have friends in the workplace. You should not mingle with them. You cannot go out with them. It is seen by the capitalists, by the owners, that they will immediately join force, they will start a union and they will strike. So it is better to keep them alone, right? But it will result in the organizational disaffectiveness. It is not good, inefficient it will be. So what we do, we try to socially integrate them, make them as a team, because if they are socially together, it will be efficient. Efficiency will be increased in the organization. So these things are very new in the quality of work-life concept has come. These things are very new to the organizations. But I cannot assure that whether they are practiced in the Indian organizations because we get the theories from Westerns, right? All the management theories are implemented also, but it takes some time for the Indian industries to adapt these things and practice it in the Indian organizations. But social integration is good for the workforce, quality, work life. Then constitutionalism in the work organization. Give them the right to be heard, right to speak, and right to earn what they are owning in the organization. Work and quality of life and special relevance of work. In the work itself, give them the quality of life and special relevance of work, what they are doing. Let it be a special one for them, even though they are producing a small thing, but they are producing it. So give that special relevance to them. So if you make all these things, the work life they have in the organization will become a little bit qualitative. With that, we finish the fourth unit of this subject. Till now, any doubts before we move on to the fifth one? Any doubts? Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. No doubts.
Okay. Mahnoor Ahmad, you have raised your hand. Want to say anything? Okay. Right. Before starting the fifth unit, I would like to say 2-3 new terminologies in HRMR, which are maybe asked for part A questions. Like one is emotional quotient, EQ. We call it as emotional intelligence, emotional quotient. This is a new one, evolution in the HRM area. Like why we have to learn this. You can see this in the interview while teaching. We have seen that we go for nervous interviews, stress interview, panic interviews, and all. Why we have to do that? Because we think that managers should be capable of handling the crisis situations. Right? So nowadays, we not only test IQ, intelligence of the person, we also test the EQ, emotional quotients of the person, right? How to test that? There are a lot of personality tests, there are a lot of emotional tests for that to understand how emotionally stable a person is and what triggers his emotions, what kind of personality he is. This emotional intelligence is a, what do you say? It is like a development in your personality. It grows with you. When you are passing through a lot of experiences, you are able to be, like we say, that calm and cool and collected, composed. That is what emotional stability is about. A person who is emotionally stable will be able to handle the crisis a little bit better, who can be a good leader, who can be a good manager, right? So this emotional quotient is also taken into consideration when we are looking for people while we are hiring. The same way, like IQ, then EQ, then there is another one called SQ, which is called as spirituality quotient, right? This is also a new terminology that has come into practice now. What is this? This is not about any particular religion. This is not about any particular faith we are talking about. Spirituality is faith on whatever you believe, right? This is not religion, this is spirituality, a little bit cut above than that, right? Like you can worship nature, you can worship any other god, but the base faith you have is a foundation for your emotional stability, right? And again, once again, like it matures, it get cures with the age, right? So IQ is the first step when you are young. Slowly, when you gain experience, your IQ helps to develop your EQ, right? And this EQ stabilizes through age again when you understand that there are many things, external factors that cannot be controlled, right? I used to like one quote, exactly how it goes. One second, I have written it somewhere here. Yes, it is like this. It's like it is a plea to the Almighty, right? Almighty give us grace to accept with serenity the things that cannot be changed, courage to change the things which should be changed, and the wisdom to distinguish the one from the other. Are you able to follow that? First one is give the grace to accept with serenity the things that cannot be changed, right? The second one, give the courage to change the things which should be changed. And the third one is give me wisdom to distinguish this both, which cannot change and which can be changed. Right? It's a little bit complex, but if you think about that, see, that is what SQ is about. When you accept that there are few things that you cannot change, you cannot control, by that time, that faith keeps a person sane. Emotional stability comes with that. So, this is accepted now as SQ, spirituality quotient. How much SQ is there for a person that can be measured with some test, and these are also taken into consideration when you are taking for higher level managerial post. So how a person can handle things better, because why these are necessary for higher level post, because responsibility gives stress. There is a big responsibility. So decision making gives a lot of stress, because when you make a decision, you feel that you are responsible for a lot of people. If that decision goes wrong, that guilt will be like an enemy to the personality. So unless a person have EQ, SQ along with IQ, it becomes very tough to become a leader, to be the higher level manager. So handling people or be in HR needs a lot of mental strength to be perform that role better, right? So with that, we conclude the chain of motivation, morale, stress, anxiety, all those psychological terminologies. In that we have seen EQ and SQ also, right? Any doubts in that? Are you able to see it as a whole picture, as a holistic picture, how a person who is entering into organization should grow with the organization, get the career up and move out? Think it as a whole picture. It will be easy to understand that, right? Can we move on to the next one?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. So we come to the last unit of our subject. First topic is legislative framework. Just give me a moment. Okay. So what is this legislative framework? See, any organization is having a lot of hierarchy and lot of stakeholders around the organization, right? But when people are around, do you think that the relationships can be, processed without any conflicts? Or are they prone to conflicts?
Prone to conflicts, man, when people are around.
Very good. The relationships are a little bit, complex, not only with employee to employee. The conflicts can arise everywhere, with the management, with the workers, with outsiders, suppliers, customers, anywhere. So this is like the relationship between management and workers primarily, right? So how to solve this industrial dispute? That is what we are going to study about. We call it as industrial disputes, when there is problem between employees and the management. These are called as disputes, industrial disputes, and we are going to see how we are going to deal with these things. So industrial relations deal with either the relationship between the state and employers and workers, organizations, or relations between the occupational organizations themselves. As I told you, this is between organization to organization, organization to employees, employees to employees, employees to other stakeholders, or industry to industry, organization to organization, or organization to government, right? It can be either way. The disputes are prone to, it is prone to have disputes in either way, any side, okay? So how do we approach these legislative problems? How do we see these disputes? So we have few approaches. They are like, age worn out theories, how these disputes can be perceived, on what basis. First one is called the psychological approach, right? Understanding the psychology of the problem, which two stakeholders are having the problem, and understanding that through the psychology. Second one is sociological approach, right? On the status, social status of where they stand, what they want, and why they are asking, having a sociological purview. The third one is human relations approach. That is approaching it with empathy, thinking that that person is in problem. So deal with human relations approach. The next one is socio-ethical approach. Think what would be good for the society. What would be the socio-ethical way to see that. The next one is Gandhian approach, Gandhian theories. That is implementing the Gandhian theories into that. The last one is systems approach. Exactly by the dot, by the rules, what the systems say, right? So these are broader, broader framework of how a particular dispute can be taken into consideration by the people. So how these industrial relations work? As I told you, who are all the stakeholders we are talking about? First one is employees, obviously, right? Because in any organization, you can see that employees are mostly seen as victims. Mostly victims, I won't say, mostly seen as victims, right? Because, see, for example, in a road accident, if a scooter, a two-wheeler and a car hits, obviously everyone will give the sympathy to the two-wheeler. Even though maybe the mistake is done by him, the first sympathy will go to that person. Like, so employees is the first stakeholder in that. And the trade unions, which represent the employees, they are upper hand. Then comes the employers and their association, employers association. So the government is the monitoring body of this, any organization, right? So the government is involved in any of the organization. Wherever a group of people, more than 20 to 50 is working in an organization, government can enter into that organization as a monetary body, right? You have to register the organization. So it becomes obviously inspectable. There are inspectors for each kind of industry. So they can visit any time to those working organizations to inspect. So government is an important stakeholder. That is a system. Next one is courts and tribunals. So these will be the judiciary stakeholder who will give the judgment, who has to intervene. If the dispute is unresolvable among these stakeholders, then the tribunals and court enter into solving the issues. So what are the factors that affect the industrial relations when the dispute arises? I will go back and I would expect you to say, you tell me how the disputes can arise, when the disputes will arise. How the disputes first of all come into place. If you have experienced in the first hand, you can say, if you have any conflict, any disputes, any case you have come across. You have not seen any disputes in news, industrial disputes, organizational disputes.
Salary cuts or mass hiring.
Not that I'm asking about. I'm asking about disputes that come into public. Okay, I'll ask you another one question. Have you heard of workplace violence?
Yes, ma'am.
Name some of the workplace violence, workplace abuse, workplace violence, or workplace harassment for that matter. Name some examples, name some issues, real time or examples. Workplace violence first.
Ma'am, I am not sure whether this case related to workplace violence, but sometimes they will harass and give the low rating, and they ask to work more than 12 to 18 hours to people. So that
It comes under workplace harassment, obviously, right?
Yes.
See, the purpose is to harass that. It is like a blackmailing. So it is workplace abuse as well as harassment. It comes under that. You know, your question intrigues me that whether it comes under that. It comes because we don't know about these industrial relations, legislative framework, you know, that's why we get all these doubts. Actually, I tell you, the harassment is up to the level that, see, for example, there is one women employee working in a workplace and she objects to a picture, wall hanging in the workplace. That should be removed without any question. If she says that I'm uncomfortable with that picture, you have to remove, no questions to be asked. Right? If a woman employee says that that person is staring at me, that should be immediately, he should be removed from that place. Staring itself is not allowed. Right? And if this is not for woman employee, I'm saying, just for you to understand, this can be vice versa also. Right? And if you say that whatever comments the co-workers are talking, commenting is uncomfortable, we can object to that. It should be avoided, right? And I'm saying woman, for that, I'll tell you one thing. We talk a lot about women abuse, women harassment in the workplace, and this comes out as news and actions have been taken. Do you know that this is gender neutral? Harassment is gender neutral. Harassment is happening to men as well as women. But we are in a society where men don't voice out their problems, unlike women. So they swallow it, digest it, and move along with that. But remember, a workplace is common. This harassment and abuse is highly gender neutral. It is universal. It happens to everyone in the workplace, right? So come to the next one. This is the first level, abuse and harassment. Have you heard about workplace violence?
Well,
Anyway.
under workplace violence, does negligence come into play? Like if you're working in logistics and a freight elevator malfunctions and it's carrying a lot of heavy luggage and it falls on a employee, that
very good.
is typically negligence, but again, it's during workplace and employee was hurt.
Even though it is on safety. Yes, right, very good. Right. But
Yes.
you know, if you are having a night shift, that late night deliveries, we have Swiggy people or those who are delivering at late nights. What is the assurance for them? What is the safety for them? What if some violence takes place? Right? Have you seen that most of the bars, Tasmark we call in Tamil Nadu, those bars which are selling alcohols are closed totally with grill? Have you ever thought why it is so? To avoid the workplace violence. People get beaten up easily, you know, and you think that violence, why the harassment and violence is having that line, you know, when somebody is physically hurt, violence, right? When not physically hurt, harassment, right? But even though nowadays court sees the grace area because harassment is as hurtful, as painful as the violence. But for definition, let us take these two. When physically hurt, that is violence. Okay, even though a delivery person is hurt by a customer, it's a workplace violence. It's not an accident. It is not workplace safety, because if you are sending your person out at night, it is your responsibility to take the safety of them. If the customer is slapping one delivery boy, it is workplace violence. It is not that the employer has to slap. Do you get my point? And the workplace violence can be so big. You know, I tell you one incident that happens in Pondicherry constituency in Andhra. It is called Yanam. One ceramic factory, the workplace violence gone into a bigger, what do you say, volume. And the mob, the employees, so-called workers, have gone to the house of, I think, HR manager, some manager, and killed him there in the house. This is workplace violence. This much, it can go to this much of volume. And I know another one case in Central Jail in Chennai where a warden has been shoved into a room where all the records are kept and burnt alive by the inmates, prisoners. Workplace violence. Even though he is a police warden, he doesn't have the safety. He's had the workplace violence. Can you see the magnanimity of what we are talking about? Right? So with that, I give you a break of 5 minutes. Then we will come back for the next hour. I'm going to continue for the next hour. Let's have 5 minutes break and come back, right?
Okay.
Okay, shall we continue? All of you come back?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, right. So, were you thinking about what we discussed about the workplace violence? So, this is what we are discussing about the conflicts level, right? You imagine that, then only you will be able to understand why we need to have such a big framework, legislative framework, so to solve these kind of conflicts, right? Okay, let us see what are all the factors that affect the industrial relations, right? The first one is the individual behavior. All the problems, all the conflicts start with one person, one point. It is not mob disturbance, Why we call it as mob? Because the individual behavior is entirely different from the mob behavior, right? When people are collected and seething with anger, the behavior will be unpredictable. You can never see a particular individual having such a personality will behave like this. That will be totally unpredictable. That's why we call it as mass behavior, mob behaviors, right? But any conflict starts with some individual behavior, right? Like, see, most of the time you can see that stress from the personal life. He could have got fight in the family, comes to the organization with frustration, irritation, start shouting for smaller things. That will result into a bigger fight, right? If you see, the starting dart will be a small one. So individual behavior is the first factor that starts this conflicts in the industrial relations. The second one is organizational structure. Why organizational structure becomes a factor, if you are not drawing the lines properly, if you are not defining the roles, if you are not defining the authorities and responsibilities properly, conflicts arise a lot. Gray areas produce lots of conflict, right? So the organizational structure, how much neat and clean it is, that much conflict can be reduced. The third one, as all of us know, psychological factors. What are they? Like, see, when we talk about morale, how it goes up and down. Group psychology, like, see, for example, a sudden news comes, economy crashes, or a leader dies, something like that happens. What happens? Everybody feels down. They think that something bad is going to happen. It is looming on us now. You can see a lot of that too in the social media. What happens? A small thing like a mustard will be seen like a big mountain, right? People blow it above the whatever it deserves. Like what we are going to see, the recession. We are talking a lot about that economical recession is going to. They are what do you say? They predict it like a gloomy area. Like 6 months it is going to be dark. 6 years it's going to be dark. There is no sun, right? So these kind of these kind of things, psychological factors plays into the minds of people. So what happens? That will emote, right? That will, what do you say, erupt like a volcano. Suddenly if something happens, it will come out, burst out, right? So conflicts happen. Say for example, take this, what we are talking, recession. So economically we are going to fall down. It is looming in all the minds. And as I told you, social media is blowing it out of proportion. Like maybe we don't know that everywhere you say it is in all the languages so that everyone understand this problem. So what happens when this is playing and the bonus is cut in an organization? They will connect these dots. So they will think that the company is going to fall down. They are going to stand in the roads. They are not going to have the jobs. So suddenly a conflict will arise, right? The next one, leadership style. Actually, I don't know. We have not seen the leadership style. Just in small, I'll tell you. There are 4 kinds of leadership styles. Okay. One is idealistic, which is higher productiveness and higher participativeness. So he will be very friendly, he'll be very democratic. The production also will be very high. That means he is a democratic leader. So, like he will give you both, right? Both the goodness. That is the best leadership. Then the other side, the productiveness will be more, but you will not have freedom. You cannot be free in the workplace. Autocratic, right? He will be like a, what do you say, Hitler. They will enforce all the negative motivations, punishments, and make us work. The last one we call it as farm style. Like productivity also will be very less, and the freedom also will be very less. It's a useless leadership. That is nothing. Then the other one, free reign. You will have a lot of freedom. You will be very participative, but production will be less. So there are 4 kinds of leadership. If you make it into box, you will understand, right? So this leadership style is an important factor for conflict. How you know? In either way. See, why we say leadership? That means people follow you by willingness. They are not managed by you. They are following you. What you show, they will do. That's why we call as leaders. Based on the leader, on the top managerial position, if it is too low, the freedom is too low, the stress is high. One day it will burst, right? Conflict will arise. If it is too free, again the conflict will arise because production will not be that much. That will be the stress point there. So if the leadership style is not properly balanced, it is prone for conflicts in the organization. The next one, just now we were discussing that economic and technical environment. Economic environment, we know if the company is earning lots of profit, again conflict will arise because they will ask for share, right? If the company is not earning profit, again there will be conflict because there will not be enough like bonus and all to give. Simple. Same way, technical environment. If you think that technology is going to be, the automation is going to remove you from the jobs, what will happen? Again, conflicts may arise. Just for example, I am saying. So these kind of factors is like ignitions to the conflicts. Then and political environment, same way. Whenever the, what do you say, the rule changes, all the policies changes, right? Politician changes, policies changes, legal environment changes. So all these things, wherever there is a change, wherever there is a problem, so this will affect the industrial relations. And when I'm meaning industrial relations, not only about the employee, this is about all the possibilities we have seen, organization to organization, government to organization, all those possibilities are talked here as industrial relations, right? Okay. The next one. What are the process? How we process this, right? First one, input. What do we give as input? We call it as actors, right? The context and actors. Who will be acting and what will be the context? That is the input we are giving, right? Let us take one example. Like say bonus problem. It is a very common problem which is happening in most of the industries. Many manufacturing industries, you can see the bonus rate, how much bonus they are giving will be the context for action. So who are the actors here? Maybe the trade union, right? The context is a bonus. So these are all the inputs. How the process happen? They will go for bargaining. We call it as collective bargaining, right? I think you know the history, how the trade unions have developed. See, one person needs anything from the organization. He goes and asks. Whether the organization will immediately hear that? No. Instead, if 50 people collect and go for that, then they will be heard. Collective voice. So the sound is big. It will be heard from the people who are far away above them in the hierarchy. Are you able to get the point? That's why we say collective bargaining. Collective voice makes big sound, right? So that is the first process. So bargaining leads to conciliation, right? negotiation. Two sets of people sit and talk, negotiate what to give. Arbitration, if it is not able, they are not able to come to a consensus, come to a conclusion, then it goes for arbitration. Then it goes for law making. If it is a, what do you say, example, benchmark, a law making is done. So based on that, so with the law making, what happens? What are all the outputs we get? Three things. One is ideology. Second are the rules. Third one is a feedback. So again, the process starts. Right? This is how collective bargaining or the process of this industrial relation arbitrations takes place. Right? Okay. So we come to the explanation of the collective bargaining. Just now we saw what is collective bargaining. What are trade unions, first of all? You tell me what are trade unions. Most of you are working in offices, right? Most of you are working in corporate setup. I don't know, you know really about the trade union. Where the trade unions are, what are they, what do you know about that? Anyone can tell me.
No, ma'am, I'm not. We are not sure because we are working in corporate world, so there is no trade unions as such.
Very good. Anybody else? Anybody in industry who have heard about trade unions or seen trade unions anywhere? No one, really. Have you heard of the trade unions at least?
About
Sweta Thomas. Have you heard about the trade unions?
yes, ma'am. Heard about and we have read about in the first semester also, but not experienced any time because even I don't work in industry.
Oh, okay, very
I am
good.
a dentist.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
very good. Right. Okay. So, have you heard any trade union name? Name of a trade union? Have you seen anywhere? No.
Not exactly, ma'am. Name I don't know,
Ramkumar?
but
Ramkumar, you want to say something?
AKDA,
What is that?
All Kerala District Association.
Very good. Very good. Anybody else? Ashok.
Trade union, madam, INQC, AIQC.
Very good.
All are the registered.
Yes, right. Right, thank you. Right. This is enough. But see, yes,
Ma'am,
please.
there is one thing IT professional will also have, that is called International Federal of Professional and Technical Engineers.
Yes. But essentially they're not trade unions.
Yeah, that's what.
They are associations, like, okay, right. This is enough, but see how, what do you say? What can I use the right word? Ignorant we are about the, one of the, what do you say, rule making, rule breaking, system making, what do you say, path pavers, right? If it is not for these trade unions, we will not be sitting here this comfortably, because this concept itself is a noble one, right? When there were no one else to voice out for themselves, they started voicing out for them, right? I think in the first class we have seen the evolution of the human resource. In that you can see how long the journey was, how downtrodden we were, and how slowly we are coming up. This was possible because of the collectiveness of the people getting into a union, right? Okay, so how important these unions are? As I told you, it is like you imagine a single voice with collective voice. If one person is shouting, it will not be heard. Hundreds of people together shouting, it will be heard. After all, see, that's why we say collective prayer. If we say that if you collect a lot of people and pray, even God hears that, right? So that is the collectiveness, the strength of collectiveness. There are a lot of trade unions in India, everywhere, all over the world, specializing in each industry or specializing in one occupation, or specializing in one geographical area. It can be of anything, right? A specification can be of anything. There is no rules that this trade union should be belong to this, not like that. Okay, right. So let's see one by one. Collective bargaining is a process of negotiation between employers and group of employees aimed at agreements to regulate working salaries, working conditions, benefits, and other aspects of workers' compensation and right for workers. It's an exhaustive definition, you can see, right? But essentially, it is between employers and the group of employees, right? And it is a group of employees. It's not that all the employees together. What do you derive from that? What do you understand from that? So that one company can have more than one trade union. Am I right? It is like having parties in the country. You can join which trade union represents your ideologies in the better way. Are you able to understand? You can join the trade union or not. It is up to you. You can start a trade union if you have some ideologies, right? You can have a group of employees together. But a group of employees who are agreeing to that set of ideas, that set of policies, they make one trade union. And that group of employees can negotiate with the employer. That is what we understand from that. Okay? And what they are negotiating about? They are negotiating about the salaries, conditions, benefits, and other aspects of the rightful aspects of the employees. Right? Okay. The second one. Trade unions are also called as labor unions. Why? Because most probably laborers start the trade unions. Only the manufacturing industries where we have a lot of workers, laborers, who work for daily wages, right? Those are the people who will not be heard about, because see, this is like, the gray area between what we call as unorganized sector and organized sector. These people, even though falls in the organized sector, they are in a very pathetic situation. Nobody is ready to hear. Can you say some of the work, the labor they put in, which is subject to objections in India still? What are those kind of works that we don't approve of, that people should do? What have you come across? While you're seeing that, you think that no, people should not do this. Nothing? What I understand from this, when you are not able to give answers for these kind of simple social questions, what I feel, from taking the privilege that I come from the previous generation to you, your generation look at the phone more than the world. That's what, unless some people take a Instagram reel and tell you that, see this pathetic situation, this person is doing that, we are not going to know that this is happening in the world. Am I right? Can't you think about one work you have saw people doing and think that no, human should not do this? Think and tell me. There are so many works like that, particularly in India.
Ma'am, cleaning work-wise, right? You are saying the work which a human cannot do, right?
Should not do, not cannot do.
Should not do. In terms of work, right? Work.
Yes, laborers, work.
Labor. Like sewage cleaning, I could see, right? It's very difficult.
Thank you, Priya. Thank you for setting that start. Sewage cleaning, have you seen that? sewage cleaning. They will get into the sewage, right? Full till the head. They have to get into the sewage, clear it up. And have you heard accidents that happen in the sewage cleaning? How many accidents that happens? And what was the accidents? You know, the gas that emits from the sewage are poisonous and it kills the person who tries to clean it up. Even though they'll be tied to threads, you know, to pull them up, it will be fatal many times. Sewage cleaning. Then, like this, anything else?
And another, ma'am, there is a silicon factories are there, right?
Silicon. So that's now we saw silicon factories, sulfur factories, that cyanide and chemical factories. Then, anything else?
Very poor working conditions for the laborers, ma'am, in many of the factories.
Tell me the words.
Works, ma'am. In general, when the laborers are asked to do work for
Railway track cleaning.
Railway track cleaning, yes, ma'am.
Yes, that is human feces. Waste will be collected by people who clean the tracks.
Yes.
It is done by human, right? So imagine this is what we are talking about, and they are not always unorganized employees, unorganized sector people. Sewage cleaning, if you take, is done by municipality, the corporations of the city, right? So where are they coming from? They are coming from a proper organized sector. Do we hear their voice? What we have to do is give them the safety of their life when they go for cleaning. Do we do that? That is the question. So who will take up that? We need people to clean the sewage. So we take it for granted. The accidents happen. That's how we close, right? So that is where after these kind of things, you can justify that labor unions is a correct name for trade unions, right? It's not trade union. What is it? They are labor unions. They put in the labor into that. Okay, come back to the definition. It is an association of workers in a particular trade, industry or company created for the purpose of securing improvements in pay, benefit, working conditions or social and political status through collective bargaining. Right? So it says that in a particular trade or industry, there should be a commonality between them so that they can go for collective bargaining. Right? The next one. Trade unions or associations of workers are formed with the intention of protecting exploitation of the employers and also to improve the workers' conditions. That is what just now we saw. First one is exploitation, right? We take it for granted. Somebody has to go clean it, so the accidents happen. So that is what we call as exploitation. Even though we know it is bound to happen, we take it. Right? So to improve the workers' conditions, unless these people voice out, unless they go for collective bargaining, there cannot be a change. So that's why trade unions become a powerful tool for collective bargaining. Right? Okay. So what are these trade unions? I have given you some, very popular names of trade unions in India that is happening in India. Like Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh, Indian National Trade Union Congress, All India Trade Union Congress, HMS, CITU, RAAUTUC. These are, very big in number. In reality, in practical world, many of the trade unions are, not able to perform properly, becomes inefficient because once again you see the group. Who will be there to read these to them? At least how they know that what are all the benefits they can have if they have a trade union. There should be someone who is literate enough to read the rules and regulations, right? Unfortunately, no. So what happens in the reality, in the practicality, the trade unions became powerful by hiring people who can be the face of them. The leader would be one person among them, but there will be advisory committees like lawyers and other literate people educated people who can help them. That can be NGOs who will be assisting, or they will hire people to work for them, right? This is a reality. And also it is practical. What happens? Many of these trade unions in India, particularly if you see, are backed up by political parties. This is very common phenomenon. You can see a lot of political parties will be like, backing up or controlling, owning the trade unions. Why is that? It has its own benefits as well as disadvantages. It acts like sometimes vote banks for the politicians, but some political parties which are really into the ideologies of helping the laborers can really help if they have the backbone of these trade unions. So when they go into a collective bargaining with their experience and the legalities they own, that becomes a successful negotiation, right? So these are the advantages. What could be the disadvantages? Once again, whatever in the society, the rivalry between two parties continues in the trade unions, inside the industries also, when two political parties are backing up two different trade unions. So looking like enemies in the organization. See, this is I don't know. This happens even in cinema theaters when a new film releases of two different heroes, right? They don't know each other personally, but they will be treating each other like enemies because he is a fan of that hero and he is a fan of this hero. So this is very common, right? Like this happens in the trade unions also when political parties back up. And sometimes this spreads into other branches of the society also, like the associations go hand in hand. 2-3 trade unions go hand in hand. 2-3 trade unions in faraway places, geographical areas go hand in hand in strikes, right? If one industry is having a strike in one place, the trade union to show the support can strike in some other place. So these things also happen. So this is to show the collectiveness of a bigger group. It becomes like a federation. What we call that, if 2 or 3 trade unions merge together, group together, that becomes a federation. That becomes more powerful because it affects not only one organization, it affects the entire industry if they go for a strike, right? Why we often use this word strike, because strike is a common tool which is used to negotiate, to make them heard, to make the people come for negotiation at all, right? So that is the often way of negotiation, right? So I have given you 4 different names of employers union. See, why we need to have this? Tell me. We have seen that laborers are unfortunate, so they need to be heard. So they are having trade unions. Why we need to have employers union? Employers having the upper hand, right? Why they need to have employer union?
To protect the rights of the laborers, ma'am.
To protect the rights of the laborers. Employers have the union for that. No.
Employee or employer, ma'am? The laborers union.
Employers.
Employer, ma'am, to protect their rights, like employer rights,
protect,
right?
yeah.
Why
Correct.
you have to protect their rights? From whom?
From employee, because sometimes
Yes.
Ma'am, the employers' trade unions are there so that the resources that they are using, they're not being over exploited for the consumption of that said resource. So, for example, if Tata is using steel is coming from the earth, but there is no one has full rights to the steel of the earth. So when they are asking for tenders and everything, there's equal opportunity. All the people who are invested in that industry, they have equal chance of getting that.
Very good. Very good. A good perspective. Anything else?
Very excellent, very excellent.
Anybody else? Why they need to have employers union? See, when the collective bargaining starts to work up, you have a powerful tool called strike. Just now we discussed about that. So what happens every year? The trade union goes for a strike for 100% bonus. Who will protect employer? Say if he is a smaller employer, right? Having some 100 employees and they have a trade union. What will he do if the trade union becomes more powerful? How we have to balance? So the employers has to have unions. That is how the thing started. And actually in ancient, if you say why it has been started, it is like we call Chamber of Commerce. That is the first thing, right? Chamber of Commerce. It is like a club where all the owners will get together, talk about the prospects, how they can work. It started like that, the association of the people. And during the evolution, during the age, it has got a lot of other, counter checks for this also, how to tackle the trade union. So it is like a win-win balance situation. That is why a lot of employers union also nowadays have come into force, right? But most probably, if you see, it is not exactly like a trade union. It is more like a association. As I told you, it will be like a club houses for them to get together, interact, and as Jijo has rightly pointed out, to keep check on each other, like resources. But you said a very, a noble way of thinking, that stealing the earth, which is common to everyone. For that, I would like to tell a point. There is a statistic survey saying that we are already using the future third generation resources now. That is, we are using our great grandparents' water, air, and other resources now. Right? We have already crossed the line. Right? Okay. So this is how the employers' union works. Right? They will be having their own, collaboration to tackle this. Right? Let's come to disputes. Let us understand what are these disputes and how these disputes are classified, right? See, what the disputes are actually, it is not always that some people understand they are saying something wrong and saying that I'm right. It is 99.9% what happens, everybody thinks what they are talking for is right. Right? That's what we say as perception. In our perception, what we fight for is right. Right? So exactly this is what the first point for the dispute. The management thinks they are right. They have the right to do so. And the labor thinks they are right and they have the right to do so. Right? So this is why it's become a tug of war in most of the cases. So what is the first thing? What's the first kind of dispute that arises? Interest dispute. The interest on themselves, right? The interest on the management. The management thinks that the vision, mission, and objective of the organization has to be taken care of. The profitability, optimization of the profit, maximization is the goal. For that, everyone should work. Is that wrong? No. That is the interest of the management, right? But what is the interest of the employee? He has to, at the end of the month, he has to get salary. He has to educate his children. He has to feed his family. He has to pay the rent every month. That is his interest. Can you see how different, how the world apart both the interests are, right? Whereas one person is having a very short term and about a smaller world, about himself. But whereas the other one interest is very big, huge one, and it is not at all worried about the personal life. It is about the, optimization of the profit. So when the basic itself, the interest is so world apart, it is so different, obviously it cannot match with each other, right? So the dispute will arise at one point or the other. See, these are like, natural, what do you say, nature's way of running the earth. Like son-in-law and father-in-law, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, or a teacher and a student, or like this, a boss and the subordinate, right? These things will have frictions. That is how it is designed, wire, right? So we call it as interest disputes, the first one. Second one, grievance dispute. Something happens, right? Or something doesn't happen. A promotion was given to other person. Grievance. A accident happened. It is not properly indemnified. It is not been compensated properly. Grievance. Right? You have not been given with overtime. Or overtime is not properly paid. N number of grievance you can say at a workplace. So grievance disputes. When the grievance is not properly redressed. Right? There is a big system of grievance redressal. And it is mandatory that every organization should have a grievance redressal section. They should have a proper way of handling the grievance. How the grievance should be, recorded, documented. What is the time limit to handle the grievance? To whom the grievance should be addressed to? What are the protocols for the grievance to be resolved into? And how the grievance is resolved and closed. A proper protocol should be there for grievance redressal. And if it is gone through that and still the grievance is not resolved, then it converts itself into a dispute. We call this as a grievance dispute. The third one is a social issue. Unfair labor practices dispute. Right? What are these unfair labor practices? I don't know whether we have time to finish this today. Otherwise, we have to finish in the last class. We have a lot of things to go. Okay. I'll try my level best to finish. Okay. Okay. See, before unfair labor practices, you should understand that I have told you many things, unfair labor practices, starting from safety, wages. There are three things called minimum wage, fair wage, and legal wage, right? See, why this wage, how this is calculated. A fair wage is when you are giving enough wage to a laborer to have a roof above his head and feed a 4-member family, right? This is how it is calculated for every town. If that minimum amount, that fair wages or minimum wages is not given, it is unfair labor practice. If you are not giving an apron for a factory where there is a hazard, that is unfair labor practice. If you are not giving a mask to protect from the dust or the chemical emission, unfair labor practice. If you are exploiting lot of time apart from their work time, unfair labor practice. If you are not giving restroom, a clean hygiene, clean toilet, again. And if you are not providing women employees, if you have women employees, a proper restroom with a mirror, unfair. You should provide a mirror if you have women employees, it is unfair labor practice. Are you able to understand? So all these things, when you are not abiding by the labor law, those things are unfair labor practice. Not only by the law, some ethicalities, empathetic, you should see into how you are treating the people. Like, Bangladesh is often accused of making all the tailors sit in one place, in a constricted place where they don't have the space to breathe. You know what is a major hazard in that area? Lack of oxygen. A lot of ladies will be put under one roof and they have to stitch. That too, big cotton jeans factories like Levi's, I think Levi's factory got critically abused for that they have exploiting the Bangladeshi ladies for that. The biggest hazard was there was no oxygen to breathe in the workplace, unfair labor practice, right? So these things are the, disputes that can arise because of unfair labor practice, right? Okay, how to handle these disputes? See, there are two ways, preventive machinery, settlement machinery. Preventive machinery, how it acts, it can be voluntary or non-statutory. Preventive machinery is before it happens, by the name you can understand. So how you can do that? workers' participation in management. That is the first step. Call them for the participation in management decisions. Simple way, right? What happens? So they will say the grievance there itself. They will make a way. They will make a rule protocol like that. So it is easier for them to not to go through that grievance, right? So after that, collective bargaining. If they have a grievance, call for them. Collective bargaining, have a proper grievance procedure. Tripartite bodies. You can have the tribunal. You can have the government monitoring system into that, so that management, employees, and the third party. So all of them can monitor your whatever happenings that will create dispute in future. Then have a code of discipline. Wherever you feel the dispute can arise, have a code of discipline. It can be arised from the past experience. You see where it has arisen. So find out a way, make a code so that it will not happen again. Then standing orders. Give the rules and regulations clearly so to avoid the disputes. So these are you can prevent it before happening. But it happened, a dispute has arisen. How you can settlement? That is what we call as settlement machinery, right? What is it? You can have a conciliation. Call the people, have a negotiation, conciliation. This can be done by conciliation officers or conciliation board, right? Both ways it can work. It depends on the volume of the size of the dispute. If it is very big, you can call for a conciliation board with lot of experts and specialties from each thing. Or if it is a smaller dispute, you can call for conciliation officers, 1 or 2 people who can come with a solution. Court of inquiry. If it is gone out of control, it will go to the court of inquiry. Or it can be a voluntary arbitration. The parties can sit, solve it out, or adjudication. If it goes to the labor court, then it will go to industrial tribunals, and then the appellate authority will be national tribunal. So this way, the handling of disputes can be done. Right? So what is the time now? Okay, still we have 10 more minutes. I will see how far it is possible. I will try to finish, right? So what I wanted to say here is yes. Okay, discipline. So we say that you have to have a code of discipline, right, in the organization, so that if you want to avoid the conflicts or disputes, because preventive machinery, if it is properly in place, set in place, and is implemented in motion, it is rightly drive, you can avoid a lot of disputes, right? See, in normal way, in normal life, we don't often hear these things, like, because you can see that nowadays most of the factories are automated, and where there are higher level of employees or laborers are present, what happens now? These machineries are in place, they are in motion. That is why you can see that, except for 1 or 2 cases like this violence that I told you in Yanam reaches the news, otherwise they finish it off in the lower level itself, voluntary arbitration, or through the tripartite bodies, or through the trade unions, collective bargaining itself. They finish off it. When these things will go out of control and it will reach the news, and we will come to know, when the economy is also down, when the employer is also not able to, not flourishing, that is when all these things will erupt. Hunger is like the motivating factor, as I told you. When famine hits or when the economy is down, it is like ignition for all these things to come out. After that, once we hit that rock bottom, you can see that all the industries will come out with their disputes. And it is not that only trade unions and manufacturing units have the disputes. Even software industries, if you go Google it, what are all the disputes that can arise? There are so many software industry disputes, which are very popular, corporate disputes which are very popular. Mostly you can see that will be the complaint from the customers, like they will sue the company on court by the. Now I'm not talking about that marketing customers complaints. I'm talking about internal disputes like harassment I remember one case which they have taken to US Infosys. I don't remember the company exactly, which settled one dispute which with a record level of settlement money, right? And there are cases of disputes internally, like we had one few years ago in the Indian Navy, I think Indian Navy or Air Force somewhere, like, and there are violence cases where, as I told you, and there is another one violence case I remember when it happened in I think peacekeeping force, PKF, or the border force, right? There is one case. All these cases are like examples, real-time examples of these disputes happening inside, right? Okay, so to avoid that, you can enforce discipline in the organization, code of discipline, right? There is two kinds of discipline. One is self-imposed, which we ourselves can develop. So how to make yourself discipline? You don't want to get into dispute. How you can make yourself discipline? They are called self-imposed. What are the things you have to do? Simple things. Count down, then take action. This is a very common technique. You can count down to 20 or 30, like very slowly. While you are counting down, what happens? Your focus turns to that, right? You are breathing properly. If you don't want to count down, simple thing is breathe, inhale and exhale, right? When you give more oxygen to your body, brain cools down easily. And brains, if it gets more oxygen, it can think more rationally, not with anger, right? So that is a simple technique to get the self-discipline. So count or breathe. Put your goals where you can see them every day. So you see where you are going. Don't get distracted. Paste the goals on the wall. Remind yourself why you started and why you are coming to work, right? It's a simple thing. You remember that you are not living your life in the workplace. That's what we have seen previously, right? Quality of workplace. It is just a workplace. Your life is outside of it. You have to come out of it and live, right? So remember it. Set small goals first. Don't get frustrated because don't get unachievable bigger targets. And practice prioritizing, which is important. Know your weaknesses. Don't see that, and don't show your vulnerability of your weakness to others so that you can be provoked. It is a very common phenomena. If you show the weakness, you can be easily provoked for any disputes. And get friends to hold you accountable. Keep good people around you so that they will keep you out of the disputes. And this is about every employee to get self-discipline. But this is what do you say, like, it is a fantastical idea, it is not very easy to practice and easy to live with it, because if everyone start to have the self-discipline, there will be no disputes in the world and it will come to a halt. God has not designed like that, so it will happen. So what we have to have, we should have enforced discipline. The company should have negative motivation techniques, punishment techniques to keep the people in place. That we call as enforced discipline. Right? This is what discipline for. We will have a code of discipline that if you breach that, what will happen to you? Right? What will happen? Disciplinary process. This is what. What is that? First thing is a formal way to say that your behavior is unacceptable. You cannot do like this. Keep it in writing, big words in the organization. So they should know that if I breach the behavioral code, what will happen to me, right? The purpose of disciplinary action is to correct, not to punish, right? So what do? Give some standard guidelines, give some loop to come out of it. Say, for example, first you can give a memo, second a warning, third you can go for termination or according to the law, right? So this is how often it happens. First it will be given with a small warning, a memo, then it will go for bigger things. So with that, I want to complete it here now. We will see the disciplinary actions in detail in the next class, okay? Because I have to go for another class. So with that, we stop the session here. We will meet next Saturday, right? And with that, we will complete the paper there, right? If you have any doubts, you can ask me now. You have 5 minutes time. Any discussions, any doubts, any questions, you can ask. Is it okay? The paper you feel, is it easy to handle? Easy to understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it
Yes, ma'am.
useful for your work life? That is the purpose. Apart from getting an MBA degree, I would like that if you are able to relate it to yourself and use it in your daily life, I'd be very happy. That is what my purpose is actually. Because you can read these things in the book and easily understand, but I want you to apply it in your day-to-day life. This is good.
Thank you, madam.
Right. So, any other thing that any feedback on the class? If you want, you can give. Nothing? Okay. So, shall
Nothing,
we?
ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We will meet next Saturday.
Thank you, ma'am.
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 Anyone creating in WhatsApp group MBA?
Hello, students.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Welcome back once again to marketing management class. So are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Shall we start or you need some time? Because just hello.
Sir, we can take a break of 5 minutes, then we'll start. Is it fine?
Yeah, it's fine. That's what I am asking. Okay, you can take 5-minute break. After that, we'll start. Okay.
Corona, our class cells. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. You can take 2 to 3 minute break, then we'll start. Okay. Student, I request all of you to kindly mute your system so that it will not disturb to others. Are you able to see PPT?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Shall we start now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Last class we were discussing about this pricing decision, isn't it? So today we'll be discussing about distribution decision. This is the third P, that is called a product is over, pricing, then distribution. This is the one of the P in 4 P's of marketing. We'll start with the channel decision. Okay. Mahanur, will you please mute your system, please? I request all of you to kindly mute your system. Mahanur Ahmad.
Sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, today our topic is channel decision. In this unit, we'll be discussing about basic introduction of channel. Then what are the different flows in Mahanur, please mute your system.
Yeah.
Mahanur Ahmad. One second, otherwise I will mute from here itself.
Mahanur Ahmed, can you please mute your system? It's like disturbing the class.
Okay, we'll be discussing today about channel decision. As you know that out of 4 P's, place is the one of the important market. So once product is ready, so you need to distribute your product to your target customer, because customer wants the product whenever they wish and wherever they wish. Product should be available to them. That is the reason we need to distribute the product to our target customer. How are you going to distribute your product? Because manufacturer himself, he cannot distribute to all the customers. It will be very difficult. So that is the reason we need intermediaries or channel members, because channel members they are the expert person. They have the direct touch with the customers and user. So they will be the right person to distribute your product. That is the reason we are making use of distribution channel. Just a minute. Okay. Is it visible, PPT?
Yes, sir.
It is not moving. Just a second. Can you see now? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Channel decision. And marketing channels can be defined as the external contractual organization. These are the external members. The company makes contract with them that manages and operates the target of distribution of your product. External means those are the channel which existing outside of the firm. And the contractual means you are making contract with the firm to distribute your product. And function of this firm, what they do, they are buying, they are selling, transferring, and financing, risk taking, etc. The role they play. And in simple terms, if you say, the channel consists of producer, consumer, and in between there is an intermediary. So these are the different steps through which the products are being distributed. Before that, I will take one example. You know that Korean technology giant Samsung company. Samsung company recently ran into a unique difficulties. What is the difficulties? Dealers threaten to boycott this product. Samsung dealer, they threaten to boycott their products because the main reason is pricing. What is the main reason? It is pricing, because they have seen that online dealers, they are selling in much more competitive rate than this multi-brand stores. Normally they give 20 to 30% discount to their customer. Customer says that we are getting cheaper price in online. Why should we go to this multi-brand store? And multi-brand store, they complain that the company is giving only 5% discount to us. How will we be able to give 20 to 30% discount to the customer? That is the main reason. That's what they say, that either you resolve your problem, otherwise we will not be selling your product. This is not with Samsung. It has happened with other companies like LG and other companies. They face similar kind of problem. So to resolve this one, many of the companies like LG and Panasonic, Lenovo, etc., they face the similar challenge, and they started their own retailer. Like they started their own distribution system, online distribution system. And some of the company, what they did, they removed their intermediaries. They started their own company through website. So this is the one of the problem recently they face. This is due to different types of distribution channel partners. So now you can see what do you mean by channel breadth? Channel base refers to the number of channels firm uses at a particular distribution, like wholesaler, retailer, agent, like that. This is called a breadth channel. And this channel can be increases and decreases. Channel company can increase the channel breadth as per their requirement. And farm also consider different type of distributor, like multi-distribution system they can adopt. Like they can sell online through like Flipkart, Amazon, and they can have their own direct retailing through company website, and they can give it to this different stores for selling their product. So they can adopt any number of channels. Adding a new distribution can be important when customer has preferred outlets. If they have their own outlet, they can start their new channel also. And farm has three broad distribution channels. What are those? Intensive distribution, exclusive distribution, selective distribution. What is intensive distribution? Intensive distribution means, like for example, you take that soft drinks. Soft drink can be sold through various channels, like through dealer, through different stores, hotels and restaurants, through this coffee shop, tea shop, and kirana shop, everywhere. So intensively they can distribute so that it will be readily available to the customer, because this is the product which every customer they needs to have. In that case, you can go for intensive distribution. Similarly, exclusive distribution, you can have some one or two exclusive intermediary channel to distribute your product. And similarly, selective distribution, you should have selective distribution. Company can sell their product through their franchises or their own showrooms. So these are the various levels of distribution. Now, what are the criteria for selecting the distribution channel? There should be clear and ambiguous criteria for selecting channel partners for both supplier and distributor. There should be clear. There should not be any ambiguity in communication. What is their role? What they are supposed to do? What you are supposed to do? That should be clear. And the firm should clearly specify the function of firm. Standard of distribution they should meet. What is the function of firm? Whether they should only sell the product, whether they should promote the product with selling, whether they will go for company financing, or this, how they are going to do this. Next is both the firm and distributor should recognize their separate obligation before making an agreement. They should understand their obligations, what the company should do and what the intermediaries should do. When the company should supply, once new product has come, company should supply to the distributor so that they will be able to satisfy the customer's need. Otherwise, customer will be asking for the new product. So sometimes what the company do, they supply the new product to the only to the intermediary who sells their product more. So in that case, there should not be such kind of impartiality, or some kind of partiality should not show to the channel partners. And to improve the success proximity, the supplier should ask several questions for potential buyer. What they should ask: does the distributor have adequate market coverage? Before selecting the marketing channels or distribution channel, you should see that does the distributor have a adequate marketing coverage? Whether they cover the channel are covering complete the market, your target groups. How competent is distributor? How competent distributor is? Their management, distributor's management, how competent they are, it is to be checked. And how does the distributor rate on aggressiveness, enthusiasm, and taking interest? So how the this intermediary take interest for your product, whether they have whether they have the they sell the multiple product or similar kind of product from different companies. You should see. And what is the aggressiveness? How they are selling the product? How customer react to that particular distributor? So you need to see that one. What is the distributor's credit and financial condition? And economically, you need to see that what is the condition of the distributor. What is the distributor's general reputation in market? How the people consider this distributor? What is the distributor's selling capability? How much product or what is the turnover of the distributor? All this you need to analyze. After that, you can select the distribution channel. Next, we can see what are the factors influencing distribution decision. These are the few factors like market characteristic. What is the characteristic of market? You need to understand that. If you know the characteristic of market, what type of market it is, then it will be easier for you to select the distribution channel. Then you need to see the company characteristic, what type of company it is, and product characteristic, what kind of product it is, like consumer durable product or non-durable product or FMCG fast moving consumer product, or it is product. By seeing that, you can decide your channel. For example, if the product is perishable product like milk, bread, etc. So in that case, how you will be selecting the distribution channel? The channel should be shorter so that the perishable good will be immediately it can be supplied. If it is this non-perishable good, for that you need to see that who are the distributor to whom to be supplied. Based on the product characteristic also, you can select the distribution channel. Then middleman characteristic. What is the middleman? How he says he directly selling to the end user or through some retailer, or they have their channel partner, their horizontal partners, or all this you need to see that. Then intensity of the competition. What is the intensity of the competition in the market for your particular product? So if it is a new product or special product, then who are the competitor? What is the demand in the market? You need to see the intensity of the competition. Then environmental characteristic. What kind of environment? Like legal environment, political environment. You have studied different kinds of environment, and what kind of environment characteristics are there, you need to see. So these are the factors which are influencing to the distribution channel. Next is your flows in marketing channel. How the different flows are there. For example, you can see this product flow. So product flows from manufacturer to consumer. How it flows? Like manufacturer, it go to transportation company. After transportation, it reaches to the wholesaler. Then it comes to the retailer. Then it reaches to the consumer. This is the flow. This is called as product flow. Similarly, how negotiation flows? Like manufacturer, the wholesaler, manufacturer communicates with the wholesaler communicates with the retailer, and retailer communicates with the consumer. So this is the called as negotiation flow. They negotiate with each other. Next is ownership flow. How ownership transfer from one person to another. When goods is supplied to the wholesaler, ownership transfer to the wholesaler. Similarly, when it is supplied to the retailer, ownership transfer to the retailer. Again, when consumer buys the product, ownership goes to the consumer. Similarly, information flow. Information flow, manufacturer conveys information to the transportation company to supply to the wholesaler. Then transportation company send the product to the wholesaler to the retailer to the consumer. This is the information flow from manufacturer to end user. Similarly, promotion flow. How promotion flow? Manufacturer promotes the product through advertising agency, and advertising agency, promotion, it goes to the wholesaler. Advertising agency advertises for the wholesaler. Again, wholesaler promotes and it goes to retailer. Again, sometimes retailer also promotes their product for consumers. Consumer buys the product. So it can be directly, company can advertise the product to the directly to the consumer, or intermediaries also they can promote, or they can have their own kind of promotional measures. So this is the way promotion flow from manufacturer to end user. Next, you can see what are the functions of distribution channel. Some of the major functions are mentioned here, like what they do, breaking bulk. So when product is manufactured in a bulk, it is manufactured in a mass. So manufacturer cannot distribute their product to the individual customer. So in bulk, it sends to the intermediaries. And intermediary, what they do, they break the bulk into the smaller quantity as per the requirement of the, whether it is to the retailer or direct customer. So as per the requirement, they break the bulk and make the specification as per the requirement of the their retailer or end user. Similarly, they accumulate bulk. They procure product from the different companies and they accumulate, and after that they supply to the retailer or to the end user. Similarly, they create assortment as per the requirement of the customer. They create assortment and then they supply to the customer or the end user. Reducing transaction, they reduce the transaction. We will see in next, after that we will discuss how they reduce the transaction. Transporting and storing, they function transport. They transport the product and store the product in their godown and godown or warehousing. Next, they credit services. They provide credit services to the customer. And risk taking, they also take the risk until unless the product is supplied to the customer. These are the various functions of the this distribution channel. Now you can see how they are breaking the bulk. See, you can see here producer, they manufacture the product, then it goes to the intermediaries. Intermediaries procure product from the manufacturer or producer and he supplies to the different retailers or wholesaler or retailers like buyer A or individual customer like buyer A, buyer B, buyer C, buyer D. So he intermediary supplies to the different users. Similarly, here or accumulating bulk, how they are procuring? Buyer through intermediaries, they procure from buyer A, buyer B, buyer C, buyer D. They procure product and intermediary again it goes to the main buyer. Similarly, reduce the transaction. How they reduce the transaction? You can see here. Suppose, for example, here is manufacturer 1, manufacturer 2, manufacturer 3, manufacturer 4. They want to supply product to the food world, food bazaar, Nilgiris, Fab Mall, like this. They wanted to supply. You see the case of manufacturer 1. Manufacturer 1 supply to the food world. Again, manufacturer 1 will supply to the food bazaar. Manufacturer will supply to the Nilgiri. Manufacturer will supply to the Fab Mall. Here 1, 2, 3, 4 transactions took place to supplying 4 intermediaries. Similarly, manufacturer 2 also he has to supply to the all this 1, 2, 3, 4 transactions. Similarly, manufacturer 3, 1, 2, 3, 4 transactions took place. For manufacturer 4 also 1 transaction, 2 to food bazaar, 3 to Nilgiri, 4 to Fab Mall. So here you can see 4 manufacturer and 4 buyer. There are 16 transactions taking place. So if millions of products or thousands of products are there, how many transactions will take place? It will be very difficult and complicated. It is only the example of 4. For 4, it is 16 transactions. So how the transactions are reduced, you can see here. Same manufacturer 1, manufacturer 2, manufacturer 3, manufacturer 4. They need not to supply to the all 4 together, all the manufacturer like earlier. What they will do, now they will send to one of the manufacturer, manufacturer 2 or manufacturer 5, for example. Manufacturer 1 will supply to 5, 2 will supply to 5, 3 will supply to 4. From again manufacturer 5, it will supply to the food world, food bazaar, Nilgiri, Fab Mall. Can you see that how many transactions are being reduced here? In between one intermediary is there. That means out of 16 transactions, it has reduced to 4 transactions only. So if intermediary is there, then transaction will be lesser. Now you can see the channel structure. Channel structure is distinguished on the basis of the number of intermediaries. How many intermediaries are there? We'll see in next step. There are different levels in channel structure, like 0 level, single level, 1 level, 2 level. We'll discuss later. The common levels: 0 level, 1 level, 2 level, and 3 level. Each level presents both opportunity and challenges for the market. We'll see the how level changes. Here you can see the channel structure for the consumer good. In case of 0 level channel, you can see the manufacturer directly supply to the consumer, like direct marketing. They directly supply to the consumer. In case of 1 level, you can see manufacturer supply product to the retailer, and from retailer it goes to the consumer. Level 2, you can see manufacturer to wholesaler, wholesaler to retailer, retailer to consumer. Similarly, 3rd level, 3 level, you can see manufacturer to agent, agent to wholesaler, wholesaler to retailer, retailer to consumer, and finally the product reaches to consumer. So these are the different channel member in case of consumer goods. In case of consumer goods, channel length is little bit bigger. Channel width will be larger because this is the consumer good. It will come through different channels. So similarly, B2B marketing channels, business to business marketing channels, how it will be? The channel length will be little bit lesser. You can see here the 0 level, directly manufacturer, they supply product to the consumer. The manufacturer, again to the sub manufacturer, it goes to the consumer. Otherwise, manufacturer to manufacturer representative, and it goes to the consumer. Similarly, manufacturer, manufacturer representative, and consumer. Like this it is in case of B2B marketing. It will be the channel length will little shorter than a consumer product. But it's not here also 3 level, but the supply will be like it will be little bit different, like manufacturer to manufacturer representative, manufacturer sub manufacturer, then consumer. Similarly, in case of industrial goods, the channel strength length will be shorter. We have not mentioned here. It will be shorter because industrial products are specialized product. In that case, they need some kind of specification based on the requirement of the industry. So they give the specification to the manufacturer. Manufacturer produce the product and they supply to the directly to the customer, or maximum through a dealer it will come to the user. Because in case of industrial product, the product is directly required for the industry. There are no in between users. They will supply to industry. In that they have they will have their special technical group. They will come to the doorstep of the company and they will install the machinery there. So channel length will be shorter. Similarly, in case of services marketing also channel will be shorter. How the channel will be shorter? For example, you want to buy a ticket from Air India. How will you get the ticket? Directly you can go to the airport counter and you can buy the ticket. There is no between intermediaries. Similarly, you can directly go to the Air India website and book the ticket. It is again through internet you can book the ticket. Or the maximum you can go to the agent, air ticketing agency, and you can buy the ticket. So you can see the how the channel length is very shorter. In between only one agency is there. So in case of consumer good, the channel length will be bigger because it's the consumer good. It comes from the different channel members. Now we'll see designing distribution channels. How will you design the distribution channel? The channel design decision can be broken into 6 steps. For example, first is recognizing the need for the channel design decision. What is the need for channel members? Why do you need channel members? What are their roles? will be, whether they will supply only product or they will give the, or they will do the financing. All these functions you need to decide. Once you recognize the need for the channel, then you can decide your channel members. So recognize need for the channel design is important. Secondly, setting and coordinating distribution objectives. You need to coordinate the distribution objective. What is your objective? Whether to supply the only good or services or after sales services, all this you need to set and coordinate with the distribution member. And specify the distribution task. You need to specify there what is the task for them, what they need to supposed to do. Develop alternate channel structure. You need to have your alternate channel structure. For example, if one of the channel breaks or fails to distribute, then you should have the alternative channel. Like, for example, you have offline and online. Online is the one of the alternative. Or offline also, you need to identify other distributor, so that in case of any kind of disturbance or any kind of failure in the distribution, you can supply the product to the other distributor, so that your product flow will be fulfilled. Otherwise, your product will not be supplied to the customer and customer will not be getting your product. So develop alternate channel structure. Next, evaluate relevant variables. What are the different variables are there in between? You need to evaluate it. Then choose the best channel structure. This structure will be best. For example, as I told you, whether it will be extensive distribution or exclusive distribution, you need to see as per your product and as per the demand of your product in the market. These are about designing a distribution channel. Next, we'll be discussing about the source of channel conflict. In distribution also, sometimes channel conflict arises. We'll see that what are the reason for the channel conflict. You can see difference in objectives. Manufacturer want long-term profitability, but middlemen prefer short-term. What manufacturer wants? The objective of the manufacturer is here to get the profit for long-term, but the middlemen prefer short-term. They don't want to keep the product for the longer period or make the contract for the longer period. If it is not suitable for them, they can leave the channel. Again, they can have different kinds of product. So there will be many terms and conditions from the manufacturer to the distribution channel. So they need to avoid that. For example, if manufacturer, they say that you have to exclusive distribute our product. So in that case, they will be fixed. They cannot procure other products in their store. So they cannot sell because they have made the contract with the manufacturer that exclusively the particular product have to be sold. In that case, if it is not profitable for them, what they need to do, they cannot live in between. So it will be difficult for them. So that is the reason they want for short term. But whereas manufacturer, he wants that again and again, they cannot go for the channel members once they have decided. So for long term, they need to plan for that one. So in that way, the conflict may arises. Dealings with the customer. Middlemen feel cheated when the manufacturer deals with large customer and asks them to serve small customer. What happened? The dealing with the customer, here middleman is being cheated. How? The manufacturer deal with large customer. What they do, manufacturer, they have their own showroom, they supply through their own website, and maximum they sell their own. And what they do, they supply little product to the this middleman. So they don't want to serve small customer. So they want to have more distribution of product. In that case, the problem may arise, conflict may arise. Next is differences in interest. The manufacturer feels that middlemen are giving attention to the firm's product. The middlemen are interested in products that are fast moving or have higher margin for them. What here manufacturer, he wants that middlemen should give attention to their company's product only. Here, what are the middlemen they do? They are interested to whichever product is fast moving, they wanted to sell those kind of stock those kind of product more, or have higher margins for them. In that they want that this is the fast moving product, we need more margin or more incentives, more discount. But what the manufacturer he does, he give attention to their whichever product they wanted to sell, for that only they give attention. Similarly, manufacturers the difference in perception. Manufacturers representative feel that commission percentage offered by the manufacturer is not adequate. They perceive that whatever the percentage or whatever the profit discount they give, it is not sufficient. The manufacturer said that it is sufficient. So that is the one of the reason the conflict may arise. Unclear territory boundaries. The territory boundaries between middlemen are not clear, resulting in competition among the firms intermediary to secure business from the same customer. What they do? They need to clear the territorial jurisdiction. This manufacturer, this middleman will set this area people. For example, Hero Honda company in Gurgaon. So Delhi people, sometimes it is for the distributor will be for the Haryana zone. People who comes from the Haryana, they can supply with their address proof. And sometimes what they will, it is in the border through Delhi area people, they try to get the product from the Haryana, because there the tax will be little bit lesser. So for that they wanted to go there to buy the product. And if the jurisdiction is decided by the company that you have to serve only this Haryana people, they should not give to the Delhi people. If they this middleman supply to the Delhi people, then Haryana distributor will have complaint, or other people they will have complaint that why they are supplying product to the other zone people. So that may be, for example, here Pondicherry and Tamil Nadu. Pondicherry tax may be little bit lesser. Tamil Nadu, as it is a border, so Tamil Nadu people can buy product from the supplier of Pondicherry. So in that way, some conflict may arise dealer to dealer. So other one is this is the unclear territory boundary. If it is clear from the manufacturer or the company with the producer company, so if they clear the zone, territorial jurisdiction, then there won't be chances of such type of conflict. Now, how will you manage the channel conflict? The channel conflict can be controlled or managed in several ways, like effective communication network. If you have company has effective communication network, sometimes what they do, regularly they used to take it with the channel members. They used to convey them, they used to discuss with them, and sometimes the representative of the manufacturer company, they go to visit to the distributors or intermediaries and they communicate with them, so that if communication is effective, then it will not conflict will not arise, or you can resolve the conflict easily. If there is no communication from the company, there will be conflict between the distributor to distributor or distributor to supplier. Like that, there will be conflict will be arising. Next is joint goal setting. If both distributor and manufacturer both jointly they set the goal, what is the target objective, and if they set the goal properly, then it will be easier for the product to reach to the customer. If the goal is not there, company is taking interest, whereas middleman is not taking any interest. And sometimes middleman is taking interest, company is not supplying proper product to the customer, this middleman. So in that case, if jointly you set the goal, then it will be easier for distribution. Similar way, diplomacy. Diplomatically, you can resolve the conflict. If any conflict arises between the horizontal conflict may arise or vertical conflict may arise. Horizontal conflict means between the dealer to dealer or supplier to supplier, there may be conflict. Through diplomacy, with the initiative taken by the company, it can be resolved. Similarly, mediation. Mediation also, through mediation, mediator company will mediate the in between the two company or two distributors, so they can settle the dispute. Arbitration and third party arbitration is also possible So through arbitrating during if conflict arises, they can arbitrate with both the parties and can reduce the conflict. Similarly, vertical marketing. Vertical marketing in the sense there are single ownership like corporate vertical marketing. Vertical marketing in the sense ownership will lies with the corporate only manufacturer. So through their distributor, their agents or their franchisee, they sell the product and distribute the product, and the this main ownership will remain with the manufacturer, and they will be the sole decision maker. Similarly, this vertical marketing, you can reduce the channel conflict. Next one is retailing. Retailing is the largest and most dominant sector in the global economy. Retailing is the second largest industry in India, next only to agriculture, and it accounts 20% of GDP and contribute 8% to total employment. And the term retail is derived from the French word retailer, means to cut a piece off. A big piece is there to cut into a smaller piece, or to break the bulk. What the retailer do? They break the bulk. Retail business is not just about store, but it is also about gaining insight about the customer, managing supply chain, visual merchandising, managing information system, and much more. What they do, retailer not only supply the product, not only they store the product, rather they gain insight about the customer. They come to know about the customer's requirement, what customers want, because they directly deal with the customer. So they can understand the customer's need. And managing supply chain, they can manage the supply chain management. And visual merchandising, they can make their store attractive to sell their product. And managing information system, and they manage information system. They inform to the customer as well as to the manufacturer. They advertise, promote the product, and this is the role of the retail business. Here in management supply chain, have you heard about Dabbawala? Mumbai Dabbawala. So what do they do? Dabbawala, their supply chain management system is so strong that it is more than 6 Sigma. 6 Sigma is when there is a million transaction, out of million transactions, few this defect is permitted. But whereas it is more than 6 Sigma. This Dabbawala business, what they do, they supply dabba to the different people. They collect the lunch from the different houses and they distribute to the people who are working in the different offices. So their supply system is so perfect that it crosses more than 6 Sigma. So in retail business also, supply chain management you need to do. Now, major Indian players in retail, you can see, all of you are aware of it. The Pantaloon, the Future Group company, then D-Mart, Avenue Group, Big Bazaar, Reliance Group, or Big Bazaar, I think now Reliance Bazaar or something, it has been changed. So Lifestyle Retail, Landmark Group, Shopper Stop, Raheja Group, Spencer's Retail, RPG Group, Reliance Retail, Reliance Group, Tata Trend, Tata Trend, West Side, this is Tata Group, Aditya Birla More Group, Aditya Birla Group. So these are the few Indian famous retailers. Some foreign retailers are here, like Carrefour, Cash and Carry. It is in France. Walmart USA, Metro Cash and Carry Germany, Amazon USA, Tesco UK, McDonald USA, Marks Spencer. Marks Spencer is from UK. Marks Spencer is from UK. KFC from UK. Starbucks USA. These are the few major like the retailers, foreign retailers in India. You can see who are the major online retailers like Amazon, Alibaba, Jungli, Flipkart.com, Snapdeal.com, eBay.com, Jabong.com, Suleka.com, Shopclose.com, Myntra.com, TripAdvisor.com. So these are the few online retailers. You can see the retailing in India. Retail sector as a whole keep enlarging day by day. It is enlarging. Modern retail too grows, but at lower rate than previously expected. Urban Indian shopping trends indicate the potential modern retailer, like urban Indian. So, like through mobile, through online, all this nowadays trend has been changed. Modern retail comes in a multi of department stores, supermarket, hypermarket, shopping malls, like highway malls, like this. Many different types of retail pattern has come. Spread of modern retail in recent year, FDI in retail. These are the different retailing sectors in India which is growing. So what are the function of retailing? As we discussed earlier, that function of distribution channel, same it is here also, like arranging assortment, breaking bulk, holding stock, and providing services also. Not only product, they provide service too. Each of these activities holds significance when the product gets transferred from the manufacturer to wholesaler. When the ownership transfer, product transfer has taken place, then the retailer, they take all these functions are done by the retailer. Now, how will you make the retail strategy? First is situation analysis, objective setting, identification of consumer, overall strategy setting, specific activities, and control. What you need to do? Situation analysis. What in this case? Organization, mission, ownership, and management. You need to see that what kind of organization, what is the mission objective of the organization, whether what type of ownership it is, partners business or single owner or Hindu undivided family business. You need to see what kind of ownership and what kind of management is. Based on that, you can take the strategy. Then objective. What is the image? What is the profit? How you earn profit? What is the customer satisfaction? All this you need to take care by the retailer. So, based on the image of the retailer, when you select the retailer, if retailer's image is good, then your product will be selling better. Similarly, profit. How you earn profit from the supplying products by selling through the retailers. If your selling is more, then automatically your profit will be more. Customer satisfaction, whether through your retailer customer satisfied, they are satisfying the customers or not. And next is identification of consumers. You need to identify the marketing. The main fundamental is to identify the needs of the customer. Once you identify the need of the customer, then you can make the product to satisfy their requirement. And based on that product is ready, then you need to see the segmentation, targeting, and posting, STP. You need to see which segment you are going to serve, who are your target customer, and how will you position the product. Earlier in product section, we have already discussed in detail segmentation, targeting, and positioning. Next is overall strategy. You need to whether to control whether the situation is uncontrollable or controllable. What are the factors? You need to see that, and in those situations, what kind of strategy you need to take. Then specific activities, response to the environment, whether ethical business you are doing, environmental concept you are taking care or not. All these things you need to see. Then control, evaluation, and adjustment. You can evaluate it and again readjust. You can change you can change the retailer, or you can adjust the retailer. You can motivate them, and you can ask them to do something which is required. So in this way, you can adopt the strategy. Now you can see difference between conventional marketing and direct marketing. Conventional marketing is a mass marketing provided very little for customization. In case of conventional marketing, when you supply product to the market, it would be very difficult for customization. Direct marketing is one-to-one marketing. It approaches customer individually. Direct marketing, what you do, directly you approach the customer, and based your customer's requirement, you can customize the product. Earlier in product section, we have discussed what do you mean by customization of product. That means you can manufacture a product as per the specification given by the customer. In case of direct marketing, it is possible, but whereas in case of conventional marketing, it will be very difficult because you cannot customize the product for whole market because different customers, different requirement. So you cannot only standardization can do, but you cannot do customization. So in case of conventional marketing, deals with customer indirectly, sells to them indirectly. How they sell? Through intermediaries. You sell the product indirectly through intermediaries to the end user. And in case of direct marketing, deals with them directly, sell to them directly. You have direct contact with the customer and sell the product directly. And in case of conventional marketing, it is a one-way activity to a large extent. But in case of direct marketing, it's an interactive marketing with two-way communication. You can communicate directly to the end user can communicate to you. But in case of conventional marketing, it is one way only to the large extent. Only one-sidedly you can sell the product. Customer, it will be difficult all the customer to come to convey to you. So in case of conventional marketing, relies heavily on marketing channels or retail stores. They depend on the channel members or retailers. But in case of direct marketing, does not involve channel stores. They do not involve channels. Directly they sell their product through their own manufacturer's showroom. Conventional marketing relies heavily on advertising and mass promotion. But in direct marketing, involve advertising, mass promotion, it may go for promotion on one-to-one basis. So in case of conventional marketing, what is the way of promoting? You can go for advertisement or sales promotion. But in case of direct marketing, as you are directly approaching the customer, you can have one-to-one promotional method. So you can discuss with them, with the individual customer, what kind of promotion, what kind of incentive you want to give. In case of conventional marketing, opt for sales promotion, offers, incentive, or mass basis. What you are doing in mass basis, you are giving sales promotion like 10% discount. It is for all. Or in case of direct marketing, individual sales promotion offers incentive. You can individually customer whatever you wish to do, you can do. But here, what individually you cannot do, you have to open the sales promotion for all the mass members. So these are the few difference between conventional marketing and direct marketing. Here I wanted to discuss you about the Titan company's marketing strategy. Have you seen the Titan company, how they are distributing the product? They have all kinds of, like they have their own company showroom, they have their franchisee, they have the online selling, and they have the distributor who can store 50% their product and 50% other company's product, also mixed product they can keep. So these are the various way they are having distribution system. So with this, we are going to end this distribution or channel decision. The unit 1, 2, 3, unit 4. Unit 4 will be over, and next we will be discussing, the next week we will be discussing the 5th unit, that is promotion decision. So now it is open to you all. If you have any kind of doubt or any question, you may ask me. Are you listening me, students? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, any doubt, anything you want to confirm?
No
or
doubts.
anything I should repeat? If you have any question, you can ask me.
Sir, can you explain the difference again between the conventional marketing and DM direct marketing?
See, in case of conventional marketing, what you do, you are focusing to directly mass, like you are supplying the product to wholesaler and retailers, isn't it? And so that it goes to the end user. For example, soft drink. You take the case of soft drink. What you are doing, let's say through distributing through intensive distribution, you are selling to the whole market, mass of the people. But in case of direct marketing, what you do, the one-to-one marketing. For example, take the case of MBA. What MBA is doing, directly they are coming to the doorstep. They are trying to sell the product. This is one-to-one marketing, isn't it? So they do go for direct marketing. But in case of like distribution system, to one approach. Is it clear? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Next one, you see, the deals with customer indirectly. Because how indirectly? Directly manufacturer, they are not dealing with the customer. What they are doing? They are dealing through intermediaries like wholesaler, retailer, kirana shop. Through them, it is going to the end user. But in case of direct marketing, what it is doing? Like for example, you take Eureka Force vacuum cleaner. What they do, they directly come to the doorstep and they try to explain you about the product and they demonstrate. So directly dealing with them. But in case of if it is sold through this dealer or wholesaler, there is no direct approach to the customer by the company, because it is their approach indirectly through intermediaries. Similarly, it is a one-way activities. In case of conventional marketing, just one way you are selling product through the intermediary. But in the case of direct marketing, it's two-way communication. If customer needs something, he can convey. Direct marketing, I don't want this product. I want so and so features has to be available. So directly they can, two-way communication will be there. As it is direct communication, so there will be both the parties can talk together. So in case of the other difference is relies heavily on marketing channels. You need to distribute your product. In conventional marketing, what you need to do, you need to go for the dealer, wholesaler, retailer. But in case of direct marketing, don't need to have such kind of intermediary, because your representative, company representative will directly approach to the customer. So there is no nothing to depend on the intermediaries. And here in this case, heavily rely on mass promotion. You have to give mass promotion to the whole of the customer. But in case of direct marketing, you can individually you can give more incentive, less incentive, or something else. So as it is a direct approaching to the customer, you can decide your promotional measure. But in case of conventional marketing, like which is available through wholesaler, retailer, or kirana shop, like you are going to buy a product from the market. In that case, it will be only mass promotion. Like if it is a 10% discount, it will be for all. Even though this promotion is limited for the short time duration, it cannot be longer duration, like till stocks last, or till 31st December or 31st March. Like this, they will give. So it will be mass promotion. But in this case, in direct marketing, it is the individual promotion. Is it clear now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Anything else?
Nothing from my side.
Anyone else? Or else we'll end the session here, and next week we'll be discussing we have left over with only 2 classes. I hope so.
Yes, sir. Two classes. That's it.
In that one class, we'll reserve for the question answer, old questions, and any doubts, etc. And one class, 1.5 class, we'll discuss about this promotion decision and a revision also. Okay.
Sir, examination date, any information, sir?
Sorry.
Examination dates.
Say little loudly.
Second semester examination.
Examination, it is not yet finalized. I hope by the end of this month it will be clear, and once it is finalized, then we'll inform you. By the end of your PCP classes also, we'll be able to know. By next week, we can say that when the exam will be there. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Any other doubt or anything in general you want to ask me? All of you have received your this ID card, this study materials.
Yes, sir. Received, sir.
All of you
Yes.
have received.
Yes, sir.
ID card also.
ID card we had received in the first semester, sir.
Received in the
First semester.
Oh, sorry, you are in second semester.
First sem. Sir, any idea about the first semester results, sir, when it will be published?
I think I'll confirm it. I'll let you know. I do not know whether it is supposed to be published by this time. Examination we need to confirm. You have not got your result, no?
No, sir. First semester results we haven't got, sir.
Already declared result.
First semester, sir. No, sir. We finished on Jan 5th, sir.
Yes.
Exam.
Yes. Just a second. Just a second. I'll confirm and let you know.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
No, I think very soon you will be getting your result. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay, we'll close our session here, and next week we'll see discuss about promotion. I request all of you to kindly go through your study material so that you can revise it, and for the examination point of view, it will be easier. And last class next week we'll be discussing old question papers. You get ready with that. If you correct old question papers also, if any doubts, you can clarify on that day. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and case study also, you should be able to know that how to approach a proper case, writing a proper case study. And you can see the old question paper. If you find any difficulties, you can discuss that day. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
I think
sir.
after lunch, I have another class.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all. Very good afternoon to all of you.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon.
Niveta here. Your
Yeah,
students are not there, I think.
yeah. Madam, chat box is not enabled.
Chat box, sir. Actually, what happened? No, last week some student they were chatting on their own day
Okay.
instead of attending class.
Okay.
So chat box we have an disabled.
No problem. So I'll wait for some time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
How are you today?
Little bit better.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, Satyadru.
Hello, Kumar sir.
Yes.
Niveta here.
Yeah.
No, maybe they will join by 2 o'clock only, I think.
Let them. No problem. I'll wait for some time.
Okay, sir. Hello, Kumar sir. Sir?
Yes. Shall I start now? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, madam.
Kumar sir. You can start now.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon to all of you.
Definitely, sir.
Very good afternoon. I hope you could remember that yesterday I have discussed with you how to mathematically formulate a linear programming problem. I hope you could remember that. When a problem is given, how it should be converted into linear programming equation containing three parts, namely objective function. The objective may be either to maximize the profit or to minimize the cost. So what is given in the problem, accordingly you have to fix the objective function, maximize or minimize. If the profits are given, you have to maximize. If cost is given, you have to minimize. Then constraints. Constraints means limitations or short supply. Some variables required for the problem may be in. So what are all the constraints that are to be clearly stated? It may be either less than or more than constraint. Then thirdly, we have to find out non-negative constraints.
Sir, your voice is very feeble. We are not able to hear you properly.
Okay. Yesterday, we have been discussing about the mathematical formulation of linear programming problem, wherein the formulation is in three stages. First one is objective function, where we have to either maximize or minimize. Number two, constraints. We have to identify the constraints. Number three, non-negative constraints. These are the three stages of mathematical formulation of linear programming problem, which we have been discussing yesterday. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Now today, very good afternoon. Now listen please. Yesterday itself I told that mathematical formulation itself is not a solution. Solution can be arrived at either by graphical method or by simplex method. Today we are going to learn about graphical method and simplex method. Let me start from that, continue from that mathematical formulation, so that then we will have to move to graphical method and then simplex method. That is the program for today's class. Now, a problem is appearing on the screen. Is it clear? Can you see the problem on the screen? Some text on the screen. Is the screen visible or not, please? See, one of you respond, please. Is the screen visible or not for you?
Sir, visible, sir. Student, please respond. Visible, sir. Visible. Sir.
Okay. Just go through the problem, please. Just go through the problem for a minute. I will explain that now.
Sir, we are not able to hear you. Are you speaking?
No. Just I am observing whether you are going through the problem or not. Have you gone through the problem now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just note the contents. If at all you want, you note the contents in your notebook. Not the entire problem, just this only. To go and write the entire problem, that will be time-consuming process. Okay, listen. A machine can produce two products, either A or B. If it wants to produce A, it has to use 2 units of chemicals and 1 unit of compound. For the production of product A, 2 units of chemicals and 1 unit of compound are needed. Similarly, for product B, 1 unit of chemical, 2 units of compound are required. I think you are clear till then. Product A requires 2 units of chemical, 1 unit of compound. On the other hand, product B requires 1 unit of chemical and 2 units of compound. Are you clear about this now?
Yes, sir.
Now, what happens? Constraints are given. That is limitation, shortage. As far as chemicals are concerned, we have only 800 units. Whereas, as far as compound is concerned, we have only 1000 units. Clear? That is the constraint. Only means restricted, not more than that. So it is treated as a constraint. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Then profits are given. For product A, if 1 unit is sold, you will get a profit of 30 rupees. For product B, it is 20 rupees. Profit per unit of A, 30 rupees. Per unit of B, 20 rupees. Now, we have to make an optimum allocation of these 800 and 1000 units of materials between A and B so that our profits will be maximum. In such a way, we have to allocate that. How to do that? First of all, listen carefully. This problem is to be converted into mathematical format. Right? It is given words and sentences. It is to be converted into equations. Can you try this now? Anybody? All of you try this for 2 minutes. Then I will tell you how to do this. Try to convert this into mathematical formation, mathematical equations. You try yourself, please, for take 2 minutes. Yes, listen, please. See the screen. Now the problem is tabulated. Problem given in words and sentences are tabulated. See, are you able to understand the table now? We have 2 products, A and B, 2 raw materials, chemical and compound. Product A requires units of chemical and 1 unit of compound and yields a profit of 30 rupees per unit. Similarly, product B requires 1 unit of chemical and 2 units of compound and yields a profit of 20 rupees. The constraint is only 800 units are available as far as chemical is concerned and 1000 units are available as far as compound is concerned. If you want, you take down this table. The problem is now converted into table. But this table is to be converted into mathematical equation then. Are you able to understand the table first? Tell me now.
Yes, sir.
If you want, you take down this table. I will give you 1 minute time. Is the formation of table is clear?
Yes, sir, it's clear.
Yes. Whenever a problem is given, try to formulate table first of all, so that your work will be easy. Okay, now let me move on to the mathematical equation. Shall I proceed?
Yes, sir.
This is mathematical formation. You just take down. I will explain you all these things. Just note down, please, quickly. When you complete, you say, tell me immediately.
Yes, sir. Noted.
Okay. Now let me explain this is being formulated. In the problem, you are asked to find out the maximum total profit. So whenever profits are asked, the function is to maximize. Maximization profit is the objective. Therefore, objective function starts like this: maximize Z. Now, two products are there, product A and product B. X1 is the number of units of product A to be produced. X2, number of units of product B to be produced. This is how we have assumed it. X1 is equal to number of units of product A to be produced. We don't know now. Then X2 is equal to number of units of product B to be produced. Therefore, your profit will be, as far as X1 is concerned, 30 rupees per unit. So 30 into X1 unit, that is regarding profit from product A. Similarly, from product B, profit per unit is 20 rupees. We are going to produce X2 units. So 20x2 is the profit from B. Both put together. So that is why it is given plus. That is the maximum profit of this problem. Are you able to understand this function now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what are the constraints? You know, two raw materials are constraints. One is chemical, other one is compound. As far as chemical is concerned, only 800 units are available. So within that only, we have to manufacture the product. For 1 unit of product A, how many units of chemicals are required, sir? To produce 1 unit of product A, how many units of chemicals are required? How many units of compounds are required?
2 units of chemical, 1 unit of compound.
That is the equation here. 2x1 plus x2. 2 units of x1, 1 unit of x2 is equal or less than. It may be either equal to 800 units or sometimes it may be less than that also. But never it can exceed 800. That is the constraint. It cannot go beyond 800. So first constraint is formed. 2x1 plus 1x2 is less than or equal to 800. Similarly, second constraint is also formed. As far as product B is concerned, the requirement is 1 unit of chemical and 2 units of compound. Therefore, the equation is 1x1 plus 2x2 is less than or equal to 1000. It cannot go beyond 1000. It can be less than that also. Then the other constraint is x1. What is x1? What is x1?
The
And what
unit
is
of products.
number of products of A?
A.
Similarly, x2 is B. This number
Yes.
of products can never be negative. Therefore, it is either equal to 0 or greater than 0. That is why it is given like this. So these are the constraints. Now that your problem is mathematically formulated, now the solution. We are going to solve this problem and find out the answer. What is the maximum profit of the organization and how it should be optimally allocated between A and B, right? For that, we are going to use graphical method. We are going to use graphical method. Okay, now listen. Under graphical method, we have to use graph sheet. Okay. Graph sheet will be supplied in the examination. You have to use the graphical sheet, graph sheet. Say here in the constraints, we have two equations in the constraint. One equation will have one straight line. Another equation will represent another straight line in the graph. So equation will be converted into graph. When you convert this equation into graph, it will become a straight line. To draw a straight line, always we need minimum 2 points. We need minimum 2 points. So from this equation, we are going to arrive at 2 points to draw this equation. Now let me take the first equation. 2x1 plus x2 is equal to 800. So we have to find out 2 points from this equation. They are called under graphical method, technically coordinates, simply known as points. Under graphical method, technically it is known as coordinates. To find out 2 coordinates, what I am going to do, listen please. Let x1 is equal to 0. We have to assume some value to x1, some value to x2. By assuming that, starting some value, you can find out the coordinates. I am assuming that x1 is equal to 0. Right? Now, if you substitute this value in the equation, 2x1 plus x2 is equal to 800. What will happen is 2x1. Instead of x1, I have substituted 0. Therefore, 2 into 0 plus x2 is equal to 800. 2 into 0, 0 plus x2 is equal to 800. Therefore, x2 is equal to 800. To understand this solution, you please tell me now. I have assumed x1 as equal to 0.
Sir, other than 0, we can also arbitrarily take
you can
any number, any point, any number, 1, 2, like that. And we can.
It will be easier because one value will be cancelled. No, that is the reason.
Yes. Yes.
Therefore, the coordinate is comma 800. 0 represents the value of x1. 800 represents the value of x2. So 0 comma 800 is 1 point. Similarly, now let me assume x2 as 0. When x2 is 0, the equation becomes like this. 2x1 plus x2 is equal to 800. Instead of x2, I have substituted 0. Therefore, 2x1 is equal to 800. I will make it another point. 2x1 plus 0 is equal to 800. Therefore, 2x1 is equal to 800. Then what happened? X1 is equal to 400. And 2x1 is equal to 800, x1 is equal to 400. Now, I am going to write the coordinate. One is 0, that is x2 value. Other one is 400. When you write the coordinates, always start with x1. Okay? Whatever will be the first value, you have to always start with x1. x1 value 400, x2 value 0. So two coordinates are being arrived at. Once again, you please go through this and tell me whether you are able to understand this or not. Equation by equation we have to take. This is about first equation only. To draw a straight line, we need 2 points. Therefore, I have taken 2 points from this equation. All of you go through and tell me, please, whether you are able to understand this or not.
Understood, sir.
Shall I proceed now? Yes. With the help of these 2 points, I am going to draw the straight line in the graph paper. I am not going to use graph paper. Ordinary piece of paper only I am using now. Okay. I have taken x-axis for x1 product, y-axis for x2 product, and 1 centimeter is equal to 100. That is the scale I have taken. 1 centimeter is equal to 100, 100, 200, 300, up to 1000 I have marked. Here in the vertical x2 axis also I have marked up to 1000. Now the first coordinate is 0 to 800. The first value related to x1, second value related to x2. Remember that please. 0 to 800. 0 in x1 and it goes up in x2 up to 800. The point is marked 0 to 800. First point. Second point, 400 to 0. 400 and then x1 400. I move up to 400 here. 0. That means it will not go up. It will stay there itself. So this is another point. So these 2 points are connected with a straight line. This is how the equation is to be converted into a straight line. Able to understand the concept? First of all, we have to find out coordinates. With the help of coordinates, we have to draw the straight line. One equation I have taken and I have identified 2 coordinates and then drew the line. This process, up to this process, you should understand. Shall we move further now?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'll go back now. For the first equation, I have calculated 2 coordinates like this, taking x1 as 0 first and x2 as 0 second. Similarly, now I request you to find out 2 coordinates for second equation, please. x1 plus 2x2 is less than or equal to 1000. For that, you find out 2 coordinates. Like this, you try. I'm keeping this on the screen. Just referring this, you can try your second equation. For the second equation, you tell me 2 coordinates. Fine. Take another 2 minutes, please.
0, 500.
0,
500.
Hmm.
1000, 0.
Yes, exactly. You are correct. Now let me move on to this now. See there. 0, 500, 1000, 0. These are the two coordinates. With the help of these two coordinates, I have drawn the second equation. See the graph now. Second equation. 0 in x1, it moves up to 500 and a point is marked there. Yeah. Then 1000 in x1 and it doesn't move up 0. Therefore, 1000 in the 1000 we have marked one point. These 2 points are connected to a straight line. Second equation. Okay, now listen. These two equations, the two curves rather, straight lines, must be drawn on the same graph sheet, not the two different graph sheets. For understanding only, I have taken two different sheets and shown you this. When you draw the graph in examination, both the lines should be drawn on the same graph sheet. Okay, like this, like this. You see this, like this. You have to draw both the graphs. I mean, both the lines on the same graph sheet. So when you draw both the lines, it looks like this. Quickly draw this line, I mean draw this graph and tell me now. It is over. Shall I proceed now?
Yes, sir.
Now listen. These two equations are less than equation. Do you remember that? Less than 800, less than 1000, or less than or equal to, less than equations. Therefore, all your solution lie below these lines, not above these lines. That you must be very careful. If it is more than, your solution lies above this line. If it is less than, your solution lies below this line. Okay? Now, you have to find out common area intercepted by these two equations, these two straight lines. Which is the common area of these two straight lines? Common area of these two straight lines should be found out. That is called feasible region. Feasible, F-E-A-S-I-B-L-E, feasible region. See, this is the common area which I have shaded here. This is the common area for both the lines. Are you able to understand this common area for both these lines? Now, now, the extreme points of this shaded area, otherwise technically known as feasible region, extreme points are to be noted down. One is, see here, one is 0 origin. This is one extreme point. If you come like this, other extreme point is here. This is noted down as A. It is marked as A. If you move up, here's the intersection point is there. That is another extreme point, B. It is denoted as B. If you move like this, here another extreme point is there. That is called C. So Your feasible region is OABC. Your feasible region is OABC. Feasible region is OABC. All the extreme points of the shaded area. Why I have taken all the extreme points means any point less than that will give you lesser profit only. Extreme point only will give you more profit. Therefore, I have taken all the extreme points of this region, OABC. Now, we have to find out the values for O, A, B, and C separately. And then select which is the optimal, allocation of these units. Okay, now let me tell you how to find out the values of this OABC. For O, the value is 0, 0. Do you accept this? For O origin, 0, 0. If you go A, if you move to A, the value is 400, 0. 400, 0. Similarly, if you go to C, 0, 500. First, you have to mention x-axis, that is x1, and then x2. If you do so, for O origin 0, 0, for the point A, 400 is the value here. There only the point comes. 400, 0 because it doesn't go up. Then for C, first 0, and it goes up to 500. 0, 500. For B, we have to draw the line here. By using the graph sheet, you can find out the value here. That value is 200, 400. 200, 400. These values you have to write down now. See, for O, 0, 0. For A, 400, 0. For B, 200, 400. For C, 0, 500. So these values are to be multiplied with the profit per unit to find out the total profit. 0, 0 will give you 0 only, so no worry about that. 400, 0. 400 means x1, first one, x1. Profit per unit of x1 is 30 rupees. So 400 into 30 plus 0 into 20 will give you 12,000 rupees. If you choose this combination, what is this combination? 400 units of x1 and 0 units of x2. You will get a profit of 12,000 rupees. Then B, 200 units of x1, 400 units of x2. For 200 units into 30 rupees per unit profit. For 400 units into 20 rupees per unit. All put together, your total profit will be 14,000 rupees. So if you choose this point B, that is 200 units of x1, 400 units of x2, your total profit will be 14,000 rupees. For C, 0 units of x1, 500 units of x2, the profit will be 10,000 rupees. Now, these are the 4 extreme points whose values have been arrived at. From this, we have to choose the combination which will give you the more profit than any other combination. That combination is combination B. That is 200 units of x1, 400 units of x2. It will only give you maximum profit of 4,000 rupees. If you combination, then that will not give you 14,000 profit. It will be lesser than that only. Hence, the optimum solution is 200 units of A, product A, and 400 units of product B. The maximum profit will be 14,000 rupees. Are you able to understand this now?
Understood, sir.
This is how graphical method is to be worked out. Now, going back to a study material, you can take example number 1 and go through that problem for a few minutes. Try to understand. If there is any difficulty, you tell me now. Study material, page number 77, example 1. Problem is solved by using the graphical method. You take 5 minutes time, go through the solution, and tell me if any difficulty involved in this. So I'll wait for 5 minutes. Shall we proceed now? Over.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to understand this problem now? So like that, many more problems.
Understood.
Yes, many more problems are given in this. You just go through all this before coming to the next class so that you can understand the concept thoroughly. Now, let me move on to the next concept. There is another problem on the screen. Is it visible?
Visible, sir.
Okay. Just go through the problem and please give you a mathematical formulation for this. Now it is 14:53. It takes 7 minutes time. Find out mathematical formulation for this problem. This is minimization case. The problem that we have discussed so far is maximization. It is a case of minimization. Now I will teach you about minimization case also. You just try to formulate mathematically as quickly as possible. You try your best. Anyway, I'm going to give you the solution. You try your best. Exactly by 3 o'clock, I will start from here. Till then, you try your luck. Try to convert this into mathematical equation. Now you can see the answer on the screen and make a correction if possible. See, minimize z is equal to 0.60x1, 0.80x2. Subject to the constraints, 20x1 plus 30x2 is greater than or equal to 900. 40x1 plus 30x2 is greater than or equal to 1200. Then non-negative constraints, x1 comma x2 is greater than or equal to 0. This is how mathematical formulation is being done. If you not done it correctly, you make a correction. Note down this correctly, please. Minimize z is equal to 0.60 paise x1, 0.80 x2, constraints, two constraints, 900 and 1000. This is called more than, less than, not less than. It is more than or equal to. Because minimum 900. So it can be more than that also. And taking these two equations, you have to draw these two lines, two straight lines. Now you try this, please. Take these two equations and draw the two lines. These are the equations: 20x1 plus 30x2, 40x1 plus 30x2. These are the two equations for which you try to draw the lines. You should try at least now, otherwise it will be difficult in the examination. Okay, now listen. And these two lines are drawn. Now we have to find out the feasible region. As I pointed out already, in less than equations, the feasible region will be the common area below the lines. Whereas in more than equations, feasible region will be above the lines. Above the lines. So this area is marked here, no, by straight lines. This area is feasible region, which is common to both the equations. The points are, here one point is there A, 45, 0. then intersection point B, then here C. These are the 3 points. For these 3 points, we have to find out the value. See here, for A 45, B, C, values we have calculated based on the maximize function. Try to calculate value by yourself, please. A is 45, 0. B you have to find out. C 0, 5. So as per these calculations, 15 grams of food A and 20 grams of food B should be consumed to meet the minimum requirements of vitamin, so that the minimum cost will be 25 rupees. See, if you want to take down any part of this, you just put it down, please. Shall we move further now?
Yes, sir.
So this is how graphical method solution can be arrived at. Now we are moving to another method, simplex method. In the simplex method, you just take down this problem, please. Consider the following linear programming problem. Take down this, please. So all of you kindly note down these 4 lines. Because when you work out the problem, we cannot move up and down. So you note down for your reference. Shall I proceed now?
Yes, sir.
Noted down.
Yeah, noted, sir.
So this is also a maximization case. Maximize is at 4x1 plus 7x2. Straight away, mathematical formulation is given. Okay, you can start the problem straight away. Subject to the constraints of 4x1 plus 3x2 is less than or equal to 12, and 3x1 plus 4x2 is less than or equal to 12. x1 and x2 as usual is greater than or equal to 0. For this, first of all, we have to convert these inequalities. Less than or equal, greater than or equal. When you say like this, it is not equal. It is called inequality. Only when you say it is equal, it is equal. When you say less than or greater than, it is not equal. Rather, it is called inequalities. These inequalities are to be, first of all, converted into equalities under simplex method. How to convert equalities? Let me tell you first of all. These equations, inequalities, are to be converted into equalities. Say, listen here. 4x1 plus 3x2 is less than or equal to 12. We can take it in both ways. You can take it as equal also, which we have done in graphical method, or you can take it as less than also. If it is less than 12, we have to make it equal to 12. Please listen carefully. Under less than or more than, that is to be converted into equality first of all. Here we have 4x1 plus 3x2 is less than or equal to 12. If it is equal to 12, well and good. If it is suppose 11, you should make it equal by putting 1, by adding 1. If it is 9, you should make it equal by adding 3. Now, we don't know how much it is less. We don't know exactly how much it is less. Whether it is less or not also we don't know. It may be equal also sometimes. Therefore, we introduce another element to make it equal to 12. That element is called slack variable. S-L-A-C-K, slack variable. Are you able to understand this? If it is equal, no problem. If it is less than 12, we have to make it equal to 12. To make it equal to 12, how much less is to be added to that? Suppose if it is 11, you add 1 more. If it is 10, you add 2 more. But now that you don't know how much it is less. Therefore, some variable is added, imaginary variable is added to make it equal. That variable is known as slack variable. By adding slack variable to this equation, you can convert this inequality into equality. Understood? Whether this conversion of inequality into equality is understood or not. Otherwise, I will explain again.
No, understood, sir, from my end.
Anybody else?
Understood, sir.
Okay, now listen. So here see, first equation, 4x1 plus 3x2. I have added one variable s1, slack variable 1, so that it becomes equal. If it is less than 12, you can take this s1 as the remaining value. So if it is 10.8, you can treat this s1 as 1.2. Suppose if it is 12, you can treat it as 0. Similarly, for second equation, I have introduced another slack variable s2. Okay, So these two variables are added to the maximization function also. Your maximization function is 4x1 plus 7x2 only. Now that we have added two more variables to this, that is S1 and S2. Can you say now, what is this 4x1 and 7x2? Can anybody say what is the meaning of this 4x1 and 7x2? What is x1 and what is x2?
Two variables, sir.
X1 is the number of units of one product, say product A. X2 is the number of products of B, product B. This 4 is profit per unit of product A. 7 is profit per unit of product B. Clear now? X1 are the units to be produced. 4 is the amount of profit per unit. So total profit. Similarly, X2 are the number of units of second product, say B or Y, something like that. Then for the profit per unit is 7 rupees. So total profit 7x2. Are you clear now about this?
Yes,
what
sir.
is this x1? What is this x2? What is this 4? What is this 7? Are you clear now?
Yes, sir.
Coming to 0s1. Now you understand the S1 is another product, an imaginary product which we are not going to produce. S2 is another product which is another imaginary product which we are not going to produce. To make good the difference, we have introduced these variables. Therefore, the profit per unit is 0 because there is no such product in existence. Therefore, the profit is 0. This is how maximize function is established. Then inequalities are converted into equalities. Are you clear now?
Yes, sir. Sir, always in the simplex method, we have to take slack variable.
Whenever it is less than or equal to equation. Okay. And there are so many variations in this linear programming. Just you have started. Okay. So many variations.
Okay, sir.
Okay. This is for less than or equal equation. Okay. Now, these two equations are to be entered into a table for finding the solution. Let me now move on to table number 1. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, feasible.
All of you just note down this solution first, please. Maximize and subject to these equations, you note down first. You have to draw the table and work out now. First, you note down these equations, equalities. Quickly, please.
Noted, sir. Noted down.
Okay. Then draw this table. Don't enter any values inside. I will tell you how to enter the values. C means contribution or profit.
Sir John, sir, you can proceed.
Okay. Now, in this row, you just write down the contribution of each product. Contribution means profit that you can take from maximization this equation. For x1 4, for x2 7, for s1 0, for s2 0. That you note down on the top of this. For x, I have taken it as x1, xy, no, to change it. For x1 4, for x2 7, for s1 0, for s2 0. Okay. Now the first equation is going to be entered the coefficients of these values 4, 3, 1, and 12. These are going to be entered now. Say in this first equation, we have 4x1, 3x2, 1s1, no s2 in that. Okay, the quantity is here. The quantity 12 is to be entered in the quantity column here. Then the name of the product is S1. Name of the product is S1. The contribution for the product is 0. First to enter the coefficient of x1 from the equation, then x2, then s1, s2. This 12 is to be entered in the quantity column. First to product initial table s1, contribution profit is 0. Understood?
So as there is no unit for means profit for S1 is given, so we will take that as 0, not 1.
Which one, ma? I'm not getting
So
it.
you have written that contribution of S1 is 0. That one I'm telling, sir. Asking, sir.
Yeah. If it is understood, try the second one. Second equation you can enter now.
It's a 3, 4 and S2 is 1.
Yes, just see on the screen. Three, 4, 0, 1. If it is not there, you put 0. Then the other variables you can see now.
0 is 2 and 12.
Well, so this is how the equations are to be entered first in the table. Okay. And we have to find out the contribution. Z is equal to total contribution. That means total contribution. How to find out this total contribution? Let me tell you. You take this column. Listen. Take this first column, quantity column. The value is 12. This 12 is to be multiplied with this contribution 0. 12 into 0 is equal to 0. Right?
Yes.
Again, second value 12. 12 into 0, constant contribution. 0. 12 into 0, 0. 0 plus 0 is equal to 0. Understood? This quantity column is the first column. From this first value is 12. This 12 is multiplied with the constant contribution. 12 into 0, 0. Keep it separately. Go to the second item. That is also 12. That is also 0. 12 into 0, 0. 0 plus 0 is equal to 0. Understood?
Yes, understood.
Similarly, you find out total contribution for all the other 4 columns. All 0 only, because you are going to multiply everything with 0. So whatever may be, that will become 0. Then next row, C minus Z. C is the contribution here. C is the contribution written on the top of each column. 4. Z is, see this column first, X1 column, contribution is on the top 4 rupees. Z is 0. C minus Z. How much will be there?
4.
Yes, you write 4. Similarly for other values.
700.
Right? Now, up to this, okay. Up to this, you are able to understand, no? First creation of first table. Now, we have to replace this product S1 and S2 with X1 and X2 as far as possible. Okay? Because S1 and S2 are imaginary products. We are not going to manufacture that. By replacing this, we have to find out the optimum allocation of X1 and X2. For that, first of all, we have to choose the pivot column. Pivot column. You take this C minus Z row. C minus Z row. What are the values given in that? Yes,
So can you tell one more time? Can you tell one more? Can you repeat this one more time?
We have to first of all find out pivot column. P-I-V-O-T. Pivot column. For that, we have to look into the C minus Z row first. Can you tell me the values given in the C minus Z row? This is C minus Z row.
4,
Yes,
7,
sir.
4,
700.
0.
yes. Which is the highest positive integer among them?
7.
7.
7. That column is called pivot column. The column whose C minus Z row is the highest positive integer is called pivot column. So let me mark it by red. Okay. Now we have to find out pivot row. Pivot row. Are you able to understand up to this pivot column?
Yes, sir. Understood.
Now pivot row is to be ascertained. Against this, you write pivot column here. Somewhere here you can write pivot column. Put an arrow mark here and write pivot column. Okay. Now, to find out the pivot row, we have to find out the ratio. See how to find out ratio here. See this. See, first I am taking S1 row, first row, S1 row. The value of quantity is 12. That value of quantity is divided by the element in the pivot column. Value of quantity is divided by the element in the pivot column. 12 by 3 is equal to 4. Am I correct?
So
Similarly, you find out for next row S2.
12 by 4, 3. 12 by 4, 3. Then 0 and it will be...
Not for other one.
Okay.
Only for the products, not for other things. Now, you have to choose the pivot row. The row whose ratio is the least positive integer is the key row or pivot row. Repeat, the row whose ratio is least positive integer is called pivot row or key row. Which one?
S2.
Yes, 2, yes. This is called pivot row. This is called pivot column. The intersection element. Which is the intersection element here?
4.
This 4 is the key value. We'll mark it the other color, key value or key element. 4 is the key element. Put down all these values, all these names. This row is pivot row or key row. This row is pivot row or key row. This column is pivot column or key column. This intersection element is known as key element or pivot element. Note down everything. Noted.
Yes, sir. Noted, sir.
Okay, take your time. Take your time. You just circle down these values 4 so that it will be easy for you to identify. Circle it. Now, with the help of this key element, we have to replace the key row first. With the help of key element, we have to replace the the key row first. How to replace this? Listen to this carefully. Listen. Key row. The values of key row. See here, 12, 3, 4, 0, 1. All these values are to be divided by key elements separately. Note down carefully. All the values of key row are to be divided by the key element. See here, 12, 3, 4, 0, 1. These are the elements of key row. 12, 3, 4, 0, 1. All these elements are divided by key element 4. So you will get the result now. Write down this working, please. Below the table, you will work out this now. Able to understand this, all the elements in the key row 12, 3, 4, 0, 1 are to be divided by the key element. Key element is 4. 12 by 4, 3 by 4, 4 by 4, 0 by 4, 1 by 4. You get the result like this. Once it is completed, you tell me. We'll move to the next thing.
It is done, sir.
Oh!
Okay, below this working, you draw the table again, table number 2, say with same columns. You have to enter these values in the new table, table number 2, with same columns. Shall we enter the value now? Is table ready? Shall we proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The values that we have calculated now 3, 7 by 4, 3, 3 by 4, 1, 0, and 1 by 4 are to be entered in the new table. What is the position of that key row there in the old table? First row or second row?
So second row.
Second row.
It's
So
true. It's
row
true.
only, in the second row only, you have to enter the new values now. See this? This is how. You will start from quantity. 3, 3 by 4, 1, 0, 1 by 4. Okay? And in the first table, the product for the second row is S2. Check it out. Is it S2?
मीठी बटर
ले ये ले ए भागना नहीं
ले मीठी बटर ले
Just refer to the first table. Tell me the product of this second row. That product is to be replaced now. What was the product given in first row? I mean, in the first table?
Sorry, it's 2 and 0, that one.
Yes, 2, no. Now it is to be replaced with Y.
Okay.
Why? Because you refer to the first table, which is the pivot column.
7Y, that one.
That is to be replaced.
Okay,
the
sir.
product and the contribution of the pivot column is to be replaced. Okay. Clear now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, the first row is to be replaced. Row number S1. That is also to be replaced. How to replace this? See the working now. This is the working for S1. First, you write down all the variables of S1. What are the variables in the S1? From quantity column, you start 12, 4, 3, 1, 0. You write down these values one by one. So S1 row is to be replaced. The values are 12, 4, 3, 1, 0. Write down all the values. From that, you have to subtract. So, put minus. Similarly, for all this, you put minus. Then you listen. First, you take the value given in that row to be replaced, that is 12. Then you take the value, new value that is arrived at key row, new values of key row, 3, 3 by 4, 1, 0, 1 by 4. These values are to be entered first. Here 3, 3 by 4, 1, 0, 1 by 4 are the corresponding new values of key row. These are to be entered. And that is to be multiplied by the intersection element of the row to be replaced. Intersection element of the row to be replaced. Now go back to table number 1. Which row we want to replace now?
S1, sir.
You find out the intersection element of row S1. What is that value?
3, sir. It is 3.
You multiply these values with 3. Now you find out the result. This is the new value, replaced values for S1 row. Here you have a minus value. Keep it carefully. Once you complete that, you tell me.
Done, sir.
Now these new values are to be entered in the first row, replacing S1 row in the second table here. Okay, the product and contribution will not change.
4 and X. 4 and
No,
X
no,
it will be.
nothing will change. Only key row product is to be changed. Other things will not
Oh,
be.
okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Now you find out Z value. I will tell you again. Take the quantity column first. Under that first element is 3. Contribution is 0. 3 into 0, 0. Then 3 into 7, 21. 0 plus 21 is equal to 21. Right? Similarly, you find out for other values. 7 by 4 into 0 plus 3 by 4 into 7. All these 4 values you enter here.
Okay. 21 by 4, 7, 0 and 7 by 4.
Correct? Then C minus Z row. C minus Z. Say for first column, 4 minus 21 by 4. Like that.
Minus 5 by 4, 0, 0 and minus 7 by 4.
Yes. Minus 5 by 4, 0, 0 and 7 by 4. Now, we have to find out the ratio. For that, first of all, we have to find out the key row, key column, pivot column. What I told you about pivot column, a column
Very maximum. C minus Z is maximum.
A positive integer. That's highest positive integer. Whereas, in this case, there is no positive integer.
Yes.
Therefore, it is the final solution. So we arrived at a final solution. Further, it cannot be treated. Therefore, what this solution says, 3 units of S1 and 3 units of Y are to be manufactured. S1 we are not going to manufacture. That is imaginary product. Therefore, 3 units of Y are to be manufactured Your contribution will be 21 rupees. All are given in the table itself. Product S1 imaginary, so leave it. Product Y is there. How many units? Quantity 3 units. What is the contribution per unit? 7. Therefore, total contribution 21 rupees. This is the conclusion. Able to understand?
Sir, if in that C minus Z if their positive integers will come, then
Again,
we
you
have
have
to
to
do the
replace.
ratio and okay.
You take it as a pivot column and find out the ratio, and then find out the
Okay.
pivot row, replace it.
Okay,
For
sir.
your
Okay, sir.
information, in your examination, the problem will be given like this only. Either 2 tables or within 3 tables, solution will be arrived maximum, because
Okay, sir.
time
Okay, sir.
consuming process. It's a time consuming process. But what happens? Somewhere if you change the sign anywhere in between, instead of plus or instead of minus, you change anything, you will never get a final solution. Then you just realize in the examination, if you go beyond 3rd table, stop your working. Don't
Okay, sir.
further. Because somewhere you might have done some mistake, change of sign, then everything will be collapsed. Therefore, work out very carefully. In spite of getting answer after 3rd table, don't do further. Leave it as such, leave some space and work out other problems. Finally, if you find time, you look into it. Otherwise, your time will be wasted.
Okay, sir. Understood.
Yeah,
So
somewhere,
path
some
marking will be there, no? Path marking will be there.
different or mark will be given.
Okay.
But you will lose
Okay,
everything,
okay.
other things, you know. At least 50%
Okay, sir.
mark will be given for this.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So now conclusion. Write down this conclusion. Conclusion.
So C minus Z are positive integers, or as you told that there is no positive integers.
Sorry, again, all non-positive integers. And that also I will tell you now. In some books, instead of C minus Z, they might have taken Z minus C. In that case, reverse.
Yeah, that will be positive. Okay.
That is why. I have taken it from the book, but I have changed it. So, conclusion, no?
Yes, sir. Noted.
Okay. Suppose if you're not able to write the conclusion clearly, you leave this second table with that you can do. As all the answers are given in the table itself. This is the answer. 3 units of Y and maximum contribution is 21 rupees. So everything is there in the table. Just we are writing down. That's all. I suppose here in this sentence you have some doubt. Don't write this. Optimum solution is x1 0 units and x2 3 units. Maximum is that is 25 rupees. With that you can stop. This line need not be written since all are non-positive integers. All these things you need not write.
Okay, sir.
Now just go through the entire problem once for a few minutes and let me know if there is any doubt. can take a couple of minutes to go through the entire problem at a stretch. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
So this is how simplex method is to be done. now, now I request all of you to learn from your study material. There are variations, if any, so that you can understand the concept clearly. Just a foundation is being given, not the entire episode is given. Only foundation. How to work hard to understand all the variations clearly. Because in the classroom, it is not possible to take into consideration all the variations. If I go for all variations, it will take nearly too much time. Or linear programming itself. So, keeping this as basis, you try to go through your study material, try to understand. If there is any doubt, you just come back when you in the next class. Shall we call it a day now? I think 2 more minutes are left.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I become tired now. Okay. Thank you very much for the passion.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, ma. Let us discuss now and meet next week.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. We can
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let us meet in the next week.
Sir. So can anyone tell me our finance class how much it has been done?
What is ma?
Uh, Not to you, sir. I'm asking my fellow, actually, learners. Can anyone tell that how much finance class has been done? Because only 1 week is left. One weekend actually is left.
I'm going to take another 4 hours in the next week, like this.
Yes,
Totally.
sir, not,
Wait.
yes, sir, not to you. Actually, our finance class has not occurred this weekend. So, don't know
I have no idea,
how much
man.
it has
Just
been done.
contact DD people.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. No issue. I'm not asking you
Okay.
actually, sir. Okay, sir. No issue.
Nivedita madam.
Yes, sir.
Nivedita madam.
Hello, Kumar sir.
Yeah, I'm closing the class now.
Hello.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Madam.
हाँ sir.
Close the class முடிஞ்சிது.
Over.
Over.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I will leave the class.